Good morning and welcome to today's live show. Man, all I gotta say is video number one, 3 days, 4 days ago, was this is one of the worst areas to go long. Video number two was saying how the most probable thing to do was come to the downside, then set some kind of trap for upside. But we're also aware of this other scenario out there, which could be, oh no, this could be something terrible, but in the grand scheme of things, if you want to know if it's terrible, we got to get confirmation from our daily charts. This is what I was looking for. Remember I told you that, we were at risk of a dramatic pullback. Yeah, this is a squeeze. We can go sideways, but, my volatility's liking it. Thank you to everyone. You know, this is still a difficult short, by the way. This is still a difficult short, but I think enough people in chat convinced me to take a small position because volatility had the reversal signals, and wow, those reversal signals did play out. So this is going to be important today. If we're able to confirm this up, that would mean volatility does potentially want to continue on the daily scale. Now, I just want to bring it to your attention, something that we do have going on here for this week. I don't know if you guys remember, but we're outside of a weekly expected move. We still have a whole week left. We had a bunch of gaps, and now I wanted to talk about the fact that we've left behind another gap. Very interesting, isn't it? We've left behind another gap, and now we're outside of our zone, almost like a perfect retest. We can go lower, right? We can go lower. We can go lower. But the main thing is, we won't truly know until this actually crosses on that MACD. Then that's highly probable to take out this logo, make a new one. But you have so much space between here, guys, to make a higher low. So just keep your head on a swivel, all right? Yeah, this looks awful. It's gonna look awful. You just went up dramatically. People bought calls for 3 days straight. You had about, what, a 0.66, a 0.64, and then a 0.67 all in a row. Man, if I remember when we talked about psychology as well. When we talked about psychology as well, I said, well, if I was the market maker in this situation, and I saw all those people buying calls, and I'm at the monthly move, and I tricked everyone down here as well, why wouldn't I trick them again by shooting this thing down? And then, once they all take all those bearish positions again, maybe turning it to the upside. But that's just one scenario. We're still going to pay attention to the other side of things. All right, if you guys want some weekly expected moves, we do have 617.26 to the upside, 598.68 to the downside here. I know you guys like this thing. There you go, so you can tell which chart we're looking at. Because I'm not always the best at sharing, you know, hey, this is SPY on a 2-hour. But this is the SPY and then daily expected moves. This is something, we read into this very well if you watched last night's video. I think we were reading into this very well. Implied volatility after a squeeze getting really, really tight here. That's not able to give you that next high, right? Usually you want that implied volatility like this in some kind of squeeze, because then it gives you that room to trickle up all day to like really, really boring. We didn't have that, so this meant to me, either this is going to move sideways or we're going to get a surprise. And we got the surprise, so that's very, very nice. Just know we snapped out of this. All right, what are you guys saying? Deepseek, yeah. Deepseek, I actually looked into it. I saw that news right when it came out, and I actually started to look into it right away. Now, I haven't made an account. I haven't done any of that stuff yet. I was more like, oh, this is like, I was more looking at the stats. It like takes, what, 96% less power or something like that. I don't know. I read a bunch of stuff and I was like, damn, that it kind of makes it look like it blows ChatGPT out of the water. Why does yours still say the same from last week? Because I'm not doing extended hours. I'm not doing extended hours. I want to see where that gap is, you know? The only thing that's fishy that I think people should be worried about, and why I might start to trade extended hours, why I might start to do futures markets, is because of that dark pool. That news about dark pools taking over 51% or something like that for the first time. So most of the market activity is actually happening in dark pools. Now, you have to be able to say that, right? 51%. So that is something that I'm playing with in my mind. Blows it out of the water, but it's cheaper to maintain. So all our tech companies that are high evaluations because of AI have been blown BS for years now. Hey, I agree with that. Yeah. I mean, we always talked about NVIDIA. We always talked about how, at the end of the day, I still felt like this was a scam in some way. I'm not saying NVIDIA's a bad company. I'm saying that I think they did something fishy. I think they're doing, and people have reported on this, right, that they're doing something fishy with revenues and things like that. But I think you're right to call out the evaluation. Is kind of shot in the foot if someone just says, hey, we can do it cheaper, like much cheaper. Oh, I might take all my VIX profit right away in the morning. I'm gonna take mostly probably all my VIX profit in the morning. Derek, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you being here. Greg added to my shorts on Friday. Hey, I bought volatility, but so I was kind of there with you, Greg. Hey, Greg, I wanted to show you something. I wanted you to take a look at it, and I wanted everyone to be able to see it. So since Greg's here, I was literally waiting for Greg to show up so I could show you guys this. Greg, have you ever heard of the platform Hub, like Hub.com? Because Hub.com, you can literally just sign up for free and you can have Elliott Wave. Like, kind of. I just wanted to see if this held up at all. Like, if this is like what you're tracking right now. I thought this was super interesting, but if you guys want that, up at the top here, it is hubb.com. You can make a little account there, and I haven't had to pay anything. They just let me look at this for free, and I'm like, okay, cool. Because I'm terrible at Elliott Wave. You can mess with the times and things like that. You can go on monthly charts, everything. I just want to hear your thoughts. Oh my gosh, what am I doing here? Hey, Keanu Reeves. Oh my god. Oh, dang it. It's not Keanu Reeves. I'm bummed. No, okay. Elliott Wave fit showed ABC move. I'm taking all profit down almost 95% now. Huge profit. I don't recommend. Wait, I'm taking all my profit down almost 95%. Like this downturn here is causing you some problems. Oh, now one thing I did want to mention here, you know, and the reason that you can't really talk too much about this is because you're going to need price action. You're going to need to find price action to know. Right now, we do have some things that are leaning towards, hey, yeah, 68% chance to do this by Friday, right? You know, this is going to be lower percentage now. You are well out of this. You are 2 standard deviation, maybe even 3 at this point. So, yeah, so we want to see, I want to see if this gap gets filled, like if we keep flushing to here, but volatility almost like could get rid of a lot of that. But something I wanted to talk about was how we can read into this right now. Okay, look at the SPY outside of the weekly expected move. Let's look at the Qs. Qs outside of the weekly expected move as well. So both of them are outside of the weekly expected move at the same time. And we have events going on later in the week. So if this is able to hold up in any way, then we would still be paying attention to Wednesday, right? The Fed interest rate decision, the Fed press conference. Then after that, we're going to be paying attention to GDP. Unless we make a new low, right? Unless we're able to make a new low, I'm still going to be paying attention to data. I mean, this is exactly the zone that I drew in my thumbnail, right? This is in that zone. The zone was overall from here to right there, right? Now, if you really paid attention to the thumbnail of yesterday's video, you saw this, something like this. Notice what was the risk to reward based on that. Sellers are here, buyers are down here. So this is like a good distribution. It's a good way to explain like, hey, the risk to reward. Because the sellers are right above you. This could have went up and then just dropped again, right, like done this later. But at least thank you for monthly expected moves, right? Right up towards 611.03. Outside, we targeted the weekly expected move. We got to the weekly expected. I mean, it was just fantastic. By this point, all I should be doing, if it's at this point, I should only have like a couple runners left. Like I should have been taking profit on the way up. But yeah, there's not a ton to go. I mean, you're not going to have a ton until we see another like full morning. Now, I did think this was interesting. Apple holding up very, very well. Tesla dropping down, possibly going to drop further. We'll see how that holds up. One that I thought was interesting was the fact that AMC and GME are holding up really well, like fairly well. I remember we were talking about GME getting that 2-hour divergence. I might have an option play here soon. We shall see. But I think we just got to be patient with it. Just be calm about it. Know that, hey, yeah, this is the area where we were saying we would most likely pull back to, right? The weekly expected move, and we created that box down below it because of these gaps. Good stuff. I can't trade Elliott wave. I just can't. I can't figure out how to do it. However, the market move is in a 3 and 5 wave moves, market moves and patterns. Yeah, everything's patterns. Well, not just market, everything. Literally everything. It's just hard to distinguish which pattern you're in at the time, but charts are a good thing to, because they actually like show you a visual representation of the pattern. Pretty cool. Well, so we're going to talk about that born to win. Born to win. Just a quick note here. This means something crazy is happening. You're seeing something crazy, right? We see the line down here. It's very obvious. It's outside of our weekly expected move. But let's take that into consideration for a second here. How many contracts do I have? How many contracts was I willing to buy here? Let's just treat this like a different way of talking about it. How many contracts was I willing to buy here? Let's say it was 10, right? It's probably a decent sized number. Maybe it's 5 to 10. Pretty decent sized number, right? Decent number. 20, right? 20. Yeah, maybe 20. Maybe 30, right? You're very confident. You're like, hey, this is a risk to reward good decision. And then guess what? You got a little lucky and something really bad happened. You didn't know that Deepseek was going to give out this, right? You didn't know that this was going to happen. But hey, something happened and you were paying attention correctly and you benefited bigger from that. Because if we didn't get that news, we could have just done this. We could have done this. So say thank you, right? Say thank you, charts. Thank you, risk to reward. Thank you to your own brain, right? That's first. Now we have to take into consideration, I was willing to hold 20. I was willing to hold 20. Let's say 20 contracts here. Now I want you to just ask the simple question. How many contracts am I willing to now hold here outside of a weekly expected move? The yen carry trade as well, and actually the Fed doing some weird stuff on Friday, right? Doing one of those tests to move liquidity around, and I'm like, that's just fishy. So, like, that's really the question now. The question is, how many contracts do I want to hold down here? And I would say, for me, the answer would be, I'm not going to hold too many, but I might leave some runners. Yeah, I'm getting quiet now. Why am I getting quiet? Why am I getting quiet? Sorry, I just typed something. Why am I getting quiet? Because I'm not willing to hold 20 contracts down at these levels. My contracts are up 246% on volatility. So what am I going to do? How low on the SPY? We're below the low point, but now we have that 68%. You kind of like when this happens, right? We can look at a 30-minute chart. Take profit. It's outside of a weekly move. You guys know how I like to do things. I'll leave a couple runners if I even want to. I'm up 246% on my option. I'm chilling. Absolutely chilling. Now, the only thing I do wish is that was a bigger position, right? I don't want you to think like, oh, he just made $1 million off of this and he got it right. No, this was the risk to reward play. This was not even a full entry position for me technically. This wasn't even a full scale in position for me technically. But a few people in chat said, hey, I'm doing this. Hey, there's the reversal signal on volatility you're showing off is good. It looks great. It looks great. So I just went, man, I'll join you guys and I'll do half of a initial position. No. And here's the thing, even this could have been a bad decision, but we got to say thank you, Deepseek, for that. Now you're outside of this move, and this is the thing here. We have to see how people start to positioning today, because you do have the dollar dropping off dramatically. The dollar is dropping off while this is happening. Now this could be, you could argue yen carry trade, right? Weakness in the dollar, strength in the JPY, right? But overall, are we seeing reversal signals now from the dollar? Yes. So at this point, I would say the market is coming down and the dollar is coming down at the same time. Their correlation at the moment is positive. HYG is not falling rapidly just yet. That would worry me a little bit more. We'll have to see how, actually we can go look at Nail to give us a hint. Nail is actually up, which means home builders, the housing sector is most likely going to be up when it opens up here in a bit. So let's just take all things into consideration. If we're crashing, then all of that crap would be crashing. Yeah, and it's just about decision making, right? Born to win. It's just, I'm willing to hold a bunch of contracts here. Now that it's down here, how far down could that go? Right? And that's where you say something crazy could happen. But that's only a 32% chance. You know what a 68% chance is? That. Or all the way into, keep going, keep going, keep going, Friday. That. So just take it with a level head. We haven't even seen the daily crossover yet. We're seeing buyers start to step back in. I just don't think this is something that's like... And you have to think, like, this is bad news probably for, like, what, NVIDIA, AMD, and those guys. Probably some of the companies that have shouted AI a bunch over the last few months. Actually, over the last year. And then we have to go into take into consideration, where are we? 125. What was I looking at? 125. So if we're not breaking 125, it's unfortunate that all of this was missed price action, but they didn't want retail to be able to do this, right? They wanted to do it very sneaky. We're just at 125, so we're chilling. And now we wait. And actually, I'm looking at the Qs. I mean, the Qs. Whew. 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 That's bad, because what? Now that you've gapped below this, you can use this as resistance to actually head lower. So I'm not saying bad things can't continue. I'm saying volatility is turning up on the daily chart, like that's bad. But look at it starting to come down. Pretty interesting. I gotta update those charts. VVIX not getting a breakout either. I think that's interesting. It's like, yeah, volatility is not gonna experience volatility, and it experienced a lot of volatility. VIX 9-day, we'll see how that comes out. That had a bunch of reversal signals as well. But overall, we just have to sit and see how this plays out now. This is what we were patient for. Now we have to look if this thing's going to be able to turn back up at some point. I cashed out all my shorts this morning when market filled the gaps. SMH, gap not filled yet. Oh, yeah. It technically would have, I mean, price came down here in the futures for sure. Like if we do this, I mean, technically, price came down to these levels, right, where the gap is. So that's just, I don't know if they're going to be... I mean, if most of the trading is happening in, like... If most of the trading is happening in dark pools, I think all of this, like, every gap has to fill thing kind of just starts to go out of the water, because if you're expecting it in regular trading hours to fill those gaps, and 51% of the trading is happening not during extended, or not during those market hours, there's kind of a difference there, isn't there? Did you cash in on the VIX? Of course I did. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Of course I cashed in. My puts printed big bags. Congratulations, Izzy. Congratulations, guys. Yeah, you have to... I would put a lower limit price on it. I had to shift, that's why it took me a second. I had to shift it down like, you know, 5 or 10 cents and just lose out on that 10 cents just to make sure it got sold. What does this mean now for GME and AMC? Well, you got to be paying attention. I mean, what's going to happen going forward? These are holding up pretty well. That's seeing upside. GME is making the test of the low that we wanted. Still saying, hey, I don't want to go lower yet. The hourly is probably crossing over, so if that crosses back up, that could be good. I would even say maybe even the 30-minute. I got to see where that's at. Even the 30-minute crossing up might be good still for GME. You have not taken out the low. You've made the high. You can make a higher low anywhere in this. Anywhere in this. But I'll tell you what I'll be doing. I'll probably be saying, hey, this confirms up. I'm going to probably take a call. And I'm going to probably target $29 or $30. And I'm going to sit there and go, do I see reversal signals? That's all I'm going to do. SoFi, right, given the blatant reversal signal, Very blatant. Remember, we talked about this. We were like, this is dramatic divergence. Be careful with this one. There you go. All we can do is talk about it. Virtual high fives from Brian, everyone. Thank you for the blessings. Where to get dark pool activity data? I mean, you can probably join like Unusual Whales. I think a lot of people use that. I know Trady Ticks was something that I used for a little while. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shop around for the next like week or so. I'm going to see which one has the best data, or like considered to based on reviews and things like that. Wait, Rustin on the vine. What'd you say? Someone agreed with you. I wanted to see it. Where is it? This hurts ChatGPT the most, and they don't trade publicly. Yeah, it hurt ChatGPT super hard. But the funny thing is, we were actually discussing before the weekend how the pricing of, say, I think it was ChatGPT was like 200 per person. I said there's such a hard way to make AI profitable based on selling to consumer, because they're not going to pay 200, and ChatGPT wasn't even profitable with those $200. So I just think that that was a warning sign that AI was going to have a tough year, and I think it will continue to have a tough year. But I'm not saying that's just going to be down. I'm saying there's going to be moments where you love it, moments where you hate it. I think right now you're hating ChatGPT, but people are also loving something else. So Qs look like they want to reach up for the test SPY. I think we're paying attention to that first, as we have reached to the upside. And if we really wanted to, we don't have any kind of reversal signals here at this moment. And I think you at least need to see one. IWM, we have last week's weekly expected moves. Notice the trade setup at the weekly expected moves for IWM. A little drop down, hasn't even confirmed that this is a double top yet. So we do have updated levels over on Patreon for IWM, but this just means 2-hour pullback is the most likely scenario, and look at that, you're 2 hours pulling back. So if that crosses up, an hourly crosses up, as you're still remaining at higher levels, could be a form of consolidation in some way, right? In some way. That hourly curls up, I'd say positivity. Weekly expected move on Patreon for now. I'm not going to look at that just yet. I'll just I'll put that on the charts for tomorrow or something. I want to be paying attention to this test. If you look at futures, there's a bottom forming. On the futures, you really would see, okay, you could potentially say like this could be V-shape at this point if it continues in this direction. It could be. I don't have the right levels up, so don't pay attention to the lines at all, but yeah, this is saying, okay, buy at the low, buy in this area, we want to save it from crossing through here. Okay, let's get it past up these levels. Okay, let's break it above this again. We're going to use that as support now. We're going to head to the upside. But the positioning of the MACD, very rough even for a 30-minute on the futures. I don't even like to look at 30-minute for the futures. But you can see how if the 2-hour turned up, wouldn't it be kind of like a slingshot? So you would pay attention to lower highs, right? Rejection from the 5-day. You would be paying attention to that, because if this crosses up, it's got a little bit of work to do to go positive. So I don't think this is over. I think we're going to go through a little bit more trouble. I think you're going to have to build. This was a big liquidity move, and they went down into some, but I think you're going to want to build here for at least a moment. And then you'll see something like that take place. A little like this. But remember, our line in the sand was 59.50. And that's pretty much where you lost it, and they were like, we don't want to lose that. It goes right back up. So 59.50 was kind of my line in the sand, saying if we can hold below that, I'm a little more worried. At this moment, we're above it. And we can violate it. It's just, do we actually close below it by the end of the week? I don't see too many reversal signals, though, I'd say. Futures very rarely do gap down, and I'm glad you bring that up, because it does show how seriously you do have to take this. You have to take it pretty freaking seriously. Because look at that gap. You don't see that very often at all, if at all. Oh, they're gonna pause. They're gonna pause, or they're gonna cut rates. I don't think they can hike rates. I think it's impossible for them to hike rates right now, unless they're just like, one, mad at Trump, and two, they want to see this thing go down. Like the housing sector is too damaged. The car sector is too damaged. Our debt's too high. The interest payments alone, our taxes would no longer make the debt go down for a month. Apple up 2%. People buying into that. Remember we were paying attention to? Ooh, if we can take back that 5 day, sorry, on the 30-minute. I like it. Still kind of holding. I'm gonna see. I'm not convinced they pause. Bro, I think they might have to cut. Just saying. The bond market would say that they are pricing in some kind of pause or cut. The bond market at this point is saying down, right? Which would lean towards pause or cut. You do even have a little head and shoulders in here. That's pretty cool. Little left head, right shoulder. If this curls up, though, you got a mean divergence there. I wonder if it's on the 4-hour. Uh-oh, maybe they are about to raise rates. At least the bond market's saying we got to raise rates. Volatility starting to get smashed. Yeah, we'll see how it shapes up. Part of me just goes, I might just stay out of this week's price action until I see something really clear. Color me excited, short Fridays. Just remember, guys, we're outside of weekly expected moves. A lot can happen by the end of the week, right? This is where it's important to, at least for me, this is how I think about it. I always try to convince myself reasons to take at least some profit. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just saying what I'm doing, and I'm like, my gut is telling me, yes, this is great. You're probably thinking crash. You're probably like, I want to stay in that volatility for crash, but let me be a good trader, make a good decision based on this week. It is Monday outside of a weekly expected move, and we have a lot of time to see funky things happen. So I'm going to take some profit in this area, and I'm going to take a lot of profit in this area. Trump will go ballistic. I'm more talking about like the Fed can do whatever the Fed wants to do, but it looks like to me we have potential reversal signal here. We do have a head and shoulders going the other way. So we'll see if the bond market actually reacts in accordance with the Fed, because that's not what's happened. If you didn't know this, the bond market has been doing the exact opposite that the Fed has been doing. Take all the profit. I've got like one contract. I've got one. And if we come back into that weekly expected move, I'll probably sell that one. Yeah. Very happy with today's trade. Bought the dip and ready to sell really soon for a double bottom recess. I think that's not, it sounds like day trader talk right there, and that's fine. I mean, you're running into the weekly expected move. There can be resistance here. You can say, oh, I caught a move from 595 all the way to 598. And then you just go, okay, well, I don't think this is basing out at any point yet, unless it V-shapes. But here's the thing, if it V-shapes, does it V-shape to here, and then we go into Wednesday and you start getting bad news? Does it V-shape all the way to here and then you get bad news? Or do you think it's more likely we're gonna go, and then we're gonna start to do that? And then by Friday close, we could be up at that monthly. We're gonna get a new monthly expected move. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna be nice and patient for this one. Yeah, Greg, so yeah, I think same boat. This is just, remember the drawing, guys. Do you guys remember the drawing? Who watched Saturday's video? If I don't see a bunch of people type right now, I watched Saturday's video, then I'm not even drawing this anymore. The most likely scenario. Who watched it? Who knows what the most likely scenario is? Hell yeah, hell yeah. See, you guys are awesome. I'm just kidding. You guys know, I know you guys are awesome. Well, let's go over that scenario. Where are we? No rigged Chiefs games. What's the most likely scenario? What did we say? A big move down to here. Hey, it happened in one day. But the other thing you got to consider right here is, did it cross over the MACD? Did it even cross over the RSI a little bit quicker? The price action's doing it. It didn't do that yet. So I still have to be aware that this could still be that plan where I even drew the MACD turn down a little bit and turn back up. What if it goes like this? We funnel around down here for a little bit, then we turn back up. Then we see a big move. Maybe we even see this in the future. That would be, I guess, a 5-leg higher. GameStop, low implied volatility lately has my spidey senses tingling. That's right, Short Fridays. Well, the only thing that's interesting to me about GameStop, and thank you so much for the $5 Short Fridays. The one thing that's interesting to me about implied volatility in GameStop, there's one key thing that is very interesting to me, and that is everyone pays attention when implied volatility is high, but when it's low, when implied volatility is low, right? Which is how it is this week. It's the lowest I've ever seen it for GameStop since we've paid attention to it this year. If it's really low, that means if something surprising happens, that can maybe do something crazy. Did something surprising happen today? I would definitely say something surprising has happened. And we have to see if it affects the market. We have to see if it affects GME. What was the plan for GME? Well, GME was going to test these lows and maybe go make a new one, maybe set up a 2-hour divergence. It's not even doing that right now. It's just trying to curl back up. So I'm looking if that hourly goes positive, and then I might be taking a little option play here. I would do this. And I think Greg's doing something good. And that's kind of reading into the psychology side of things. If we read into the psychology side of things, GME, I just want to see if that curls up. That's technically what I'm looking for, right? On an hourly. That's what I'm looking for. So with the SPY, though, there's something that you would take into consideration here, and that is, what is the psychology going forward? What is this doing to people? It's making them super bearish again, right? So what event might we want to, like, because we had 3 days of calls, what if we want 2 or 3 days of puts now to come into the market? What if that's the goal for Wall Street right now and the market makers? Well, that would mean we're going to get some kind of reaction. We're maybe going to get some reaction down, and then we're going to see a higher low. Or we're going to see this all try to bounce all the way back, fail, come back down, and then on Wednesday we get good news. Based on the structure of the charts right now and the weekly expected move, good, and the fact that the yen carry trade took place and they had to raise rates, I would say good news is the most likely scenario for Wednesday. Then we got to talk about earnings, and earnings is scary. But yeah, PCC going up pretty fast there. Pretty fast. The dollar is dropping. So on the 2-hour, that is kind of telling me, ooh, is there a reversal signal here? But this is dropping while the market, and this is actually good. We want to see this because if we actually see the dollar and the market going up at the same time, and then we make a new high, we make that like actual divergence point or something like that, that would be great, right? We would get some hints that there's some rigged, quote unquote, rigged behavior going on, right? But for the most part, we see the divergence. We see it's holding with the first point as well. That's great. Then we go, okay, and it's in a positive correlation with the market right now. So if the dollar actually goes up, the market might actually go up. And if the dollar is actually going to go up, we know that's a pretty tight correlation to yields going up. So this is just very interesting to me. And I think we could see one more trap to the upside. Apple is going to have a huge amount of volatility. Apple's going to have a huge expected move, just so you're aware. So I wouldn't be looking for that tag to the downside. That's going to ruin divergence. What we're looking for is just, can this remain strong the whole time? I'm not going to be playing Apple. I already decided against that. With today's profit, I'm just like, nah. Like, I wish I would have made like a full position size amount of profit there, but we'll take it. But let's just see. Right, we can have our beliefs, we can have our thinking, we can have things we're paying attention to, but let's make sure that at the end of the day, we're paying attention to what actually happens, right? Reality. We can make up whatever in our head, we can have our thoughts, we can have our analysis, but at the end of the day, it's what's proving in front of you, what's happening in reality. AMC already up. Yeah, and a lot of people believed that the yen carry trade was going to affect stocks and that could potentially help out AMC and GME. People believe that. Now we got to see if it's proven. I'm going to get slammed for this, but I'll say it. I think this may be the last buy the dip for a while. It might be all the way into March. Who knows? It might be. So maybe we should look for something that looks like a potential opportunity. Let's click through a few of these. Amazon getting just a little retest. Just a little retest. Doing some gap fill behaviors. Cool. I think it's got a little bit more time, right? I think we could see some 30-minute interesting things for a bit here. Look at that. That's straight down. I probably don't want to take that opportunity just yet, unless I'm like someone who's just paying attention to weekly expected move and trying to get a little lucky, but I need to see more, right? Had a good trade. Don't want to ruin it by over trading, so I'm going to wait till things are clear, but Amazon's one I'd be watching. Nvidia down at extremely low levels. You don't think people think Nvidia at this level is juicy? Remember the last time we were at this level? Bam. Interesting. AMD going way down. Crossing down on the 2 hour. You don't like to see that, but guess what? It's positive in some way. If that turned back around, wouldn't you be happy with it? Meta, I think, is the sketchier one. I don't think this one is one that really has an opportunity. I think you got to wait for Meta. Microsoft, what do we say? We like to go out of a zone, dip back into it to go make a new one. If you extend this to a 2 hour, you're going, we never really made a fantastic higher low, right? These are pretty tight. Bam, we'll see what happens. Google's one that's a little scarier. I think it could have more downside, right? Could have more downside, but overall, same story, right? We're trying to make this a higher low. Now I think you're trying to make this a higher low. See what happens. AMC, still looking good. Still looking all right. Let's not say good. What are we breaking through 379? No, so we're not seeing something crazy yet. Got some time here. Let's go check something. Let's see if a bunch of short sales came out, because this will help us in our thinking here. Nope. Nope. So if you were gonna see AMC just go to oblivion, like go insane to even to the upside, up or down, if this thing goes way up all of a sudden, that might be short covering, right? When it sees one of these bigger spikes, that's when you usually see short covering. GME, we're still waiting for that daily chart to just be able to curl up. Maybe I'm just paying attention to that and you could be close to something crazy, right? We want to see if this 2 hour is going to curl down, if that's going to go make a divergence. We've already tested the lows. So this could be trying to be like, hey, I'm a double bottom. What if it's saying that? What if it's saying, hey, I'm trying to be a double bottom? If this hourly curls up, it looks okay for GME. Awesome. VIX really starting to drop off. I don't know if this will be over for VIX though. I think VIX could give us a hint. The SPY could go test the lows again. We could see VIX drop off dramatically, then see the SPY make another downward move, and we're going to look for, hey, does this make a lower high, actually? I think that will help us out a lot. And now we're just going to sit at the low levels all day, huh? That's good, Sid. It looked like a game of, I was reading into that. I was reading into the timeline of the stories there, Sid. And I go, this is a game of cat and mouse just to get them to take deportations. That's what I thought in my head. And I thought it was really funny. It's like, we're not accepting the deportations. Trump says, we're going to tariff you 25%. Colombia goes, okay, we'll take those deportations. Then after that, or we'll help you with the deportations, what they said. Then after that it was, but we're going to raise, because you're giving us tariffs now, we're going to raise you tariffs 50%. And then Trump went quiet for a little bit. And then they go, okay, man, we're just going to raise you some tariffs for 25%. And now it's just like, okay, fine. We'll take the deportations and everyone stays happy. I know, Chris. That's what I was going to say. He did offer the plane. That's actually the timeline that negotiation, if you will, went. And I thought it was kind of funny, actually. Let's look at the Dow Jones. Wow, that is not crashing. XLU is. So that's a big deal. That's a big deal, XLU not making the new high. Let's see how HGX came out. HGX is positive. HYG is positive. I think this move might be bought up soon. I think we might have some time for a couple of days here, but man. There are some reasons that you would say, hey, if I was maybe not doing an option play, or if I was doing an option play, there are some reasons I think that you could come up with for taking calls. The one thing is, we went from up here, where it was absolutely a bad reason, even, you know, actually it was mainly for the SPY. We're going into this, right? Up here, we said this is a terrible place to start a long position. Terrible place to do it because it's risky, right? We see that risk shown in front of us today, so I'm glad we said it. But now for the week, is this the best area to be opening a short position? Let's see if we're learning from the channel or if we're just trying to catch something I say during a certain time to take a trade. Let's see if we're actually learning. Is this a good spot now for the week to start a short position? If I'm a shorter term trader, I guess I would say. Well, this was the wrong place to potentially go long for the month. This was the wrong place to go, I think, short for the week. If you're doing something that's really extended out, you know, you're like, okay, I'm gonna build on the daily chart, I'm building a short position for, say, 2026 down the line or something like that, or late 2025, mid 2025. Hey, I understand you're probably building that position, building that position, building that position. Then we end up down here, you know, in May, and you have December contracts or something like that. Like, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying for the week, though, you would say that's not necessarily the best decision. Well, no one knows, but let's take into consideration one thing. What are the charts telling us, right? Monumental, I just want to do this. And I know, oh gosh, I know your, what's his name? If we're paying attention to technicals here, if we're just paying attention to the structure of the 2 hour, what is the 2 hour really telling us? If we're saying, hey, screw the data, screw the events, whatever, don't care. Well, what? Because I'm not going to get a hint about that at all right now. What are the technicals telling us? The technicals are saying, hey, we just had something scary where everyone got bearish. We saw a dramatic move where actually we had 3, maybe even 4 days worth of sub 70 PCC ratio. That means a lot of calls started to come in here, 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 and here. And then we experienced something bad, which we actually pointed out can happen, right? People got bullish. It needed to pull back, and we have seen a pullback into that zone that we really had drawn, right? That little zone down here is what we had drawn. So what's the 2 hour saying as far as the MACD goes? It says, I'm still in a positive trend. That's very obvious, right? We're still in a positive trend. So what does that overall tell me about the week going forward, as we're outside of a weekly expected move as well? That's telling me that still, at this moment, with the price action that we have received, the most likely thing is still, you are going to see this thing most likely head in the upward direction. Now, I don't think it'll be like that. I don't know how it will be. That's why I'm not willing to risk money behind it yet. I need more time. But this is everything I was looking for. And now, in any price action down here, all I'm looking for is the trade. Does it tell me that it wants to go in that direction? Or does it tell me it wants to go in this direction? Right? Those are the things that I'm going to be paying attention to. And I think there's more probable, there's more reasons the charts are telling us to still pay attention that we're in positive trends and pay attention to if we make any kind of basing out signal. And that's it. If we do not make a basing out signal here, if we do not V-shape or make a basing out signal, then we're not going higher. We're probably going to go lower. And if I just think about that and I go, okay, but the more probable thing is to go higher, then that's how I'll treat it going forward, and I'll wait for signals. If I don't see signals before a big event, do you think I'm going to take a trade? No. Oh my God. Trump. Bitcoin, let's go look at Bitcoin, because Bitcoin, remember we were paying attention to that? I don't know if anyone looked at this over the weekend. What were we paying attention to with Bitcoin? We were paying attention to this. hey, this will probably make a move to the upside, right? We're like, hey, yeah, this is starting to curl up, right? We're curling up. We're still curled up. Hey, we're going to do this. If we break out to the upside, look at that little trap, okay? And then we curl back down. So from this point right here, you're like, okay, this is where it's risky. It could just go through the floor. And then you're like, oh, okay, that's going to curl up, right? That's going to curl up. I know it's going to curl up. I think it's going to curl up. I think it's going to curl up. I assume it's going to curl up. Never did it on your MACD. And then what happened? If you really were looking at 4-hour charts, it crossed down actually over here. It never crossed back up. Bam. We break to the downside. Now it's trying to hold itself, weirdly enough, and now you might be able to draw some things up here. That's a pretty good reaction. Pretty good. But yeah, that's why, you know, trading Bitcoin, you have to be very quick. You have to be willing to flip really fast, because if you're trying to get breakouts and things like that, you got to be like, okay, this broke out, I'm in. Okay, this curled down, I'm out. And then you're like, oh, the 4-hour curled down, which means it's more risky to go that way now. So you gotta be quick with it. That's why, you know, crypto is kind of difficult sometimes. I'd rather look for big signals like dailies, weeklies, and things like that. Are you covering the FOMC on here? Yeah, we'll look at it. I mean, the FOMC is not for, what, 3 days from now? We might do a little live show at the end of the day. You said please, Royal Freshness, so I appreciate you. Here you go. All right, let's look at Lily & Co. Let's see here. Well, eventually you would like to say this 2 hour is going to pull back. Where would that pull back from? Well, the best reaction here would actually be to get to this level. I think you want to get there. Or right before it, you see this kind of go into this zone, and then you see that curl up. But you got that earnings down there, so it's going to be a risky one. I'm just talking about, hey, the 2 hours a little overbought. If it screams up to here, it's most likely running its head into resistance at that point, right? You got resistance, 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 resistance. If you go up to here, most likely resistance. But what you're hoping is you hold up better, and then you turn back up, and you see all of this turn into some great liquidity for upside. But just note that you have an E down there. That means a 50-50 shot here. Once it gets to there, 50-50 shot. And if you're in this area, just because it looks like this doesn't mean it has to go that way. All of the energy built in here can be distributed in either direction based on that E. So all this liquidity could end up going that way. It's kind of a 50-50 flip, so it's going to be a tough one. This is why I'm kind of thinking of just sitting on hands for a while. Paying attention to the market very seriously for you guys, because that trade's enough to get me by for a little bit, you know what I mean? Like, I don't need to overtrade in a crazy week when next week things could be very clear. AMC halted. There's no way. Let me go check halts. What the heck are my halts? Where are my halts, dude? Stock market halts. I don't see any halts for AMC anywhere. Yeah, I don't see any right now. Dixie bottomed. It looks like it potentially is, yes. If this 2 hour curls up, we would say, it's really looking like it's trying to. 4 hour finally has the little divergence in here. It could just be a 4 hour move higher though. You've broken below these levels, so you want to see if that 4 hour moves just like this, and then you fall again. Because the 4 hours pretty deep here. But if this can reverse around and keep some strength, right, take this back, you start to do this, you use it as support, you create those higher lows. That's how it really reverse around. The 2 hour is suggesting it can reverse around the trend right now, right? It's saying, hey, I can start to do this, and then you just want to pay attention on the way up. So if you don't break down here, then I would say you take that back, then you do this. You kind of have like a little bit going on here, I would say. Something like this could form. So if you ever want to trade the dollar, UUP is what I always do if I'm trading the dollar. I've rarely done it, but it's interesting. Cool stuff. I like it. Let's do this. Let's go into a small chart here. I think you should look at these. This is fun today. Might as well have some fun with a 5-minute chart today. Oof. See what this does throughout our morning. It says it's untradeable. Really? Let me go look on my stuff. Let me see if AMC is available. If it is, then that's really, really, really sketchy. Trying. What platform are you using? AMC halted. What do you think of SLB? Hold on one second. There's not much liquidity in the market anymore. This may be a pullback to grab liquidity for one more pump. I think they'd want to mess around in this area for a little bit though, Greg, right? I think they would want to mess around a little bit. Hopefully it's not your account that's halted. Fidelity? Oh, Fidelity, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't know what to tell you at that. I would message them. Yeah, don't they kind of mess around down here? That's kind of why I want to watch the 5. I want to see if they start to build some stuff. Can only do words but no pictures. I think with like programming, it's like way better until the Fed meeting. Okay, so that would mean we're gonna maybe see a bigger reaction here. We might get that like 30-minute relief bounce after we create some 5-minute good stuff here. So what would that look like? Let's see what that would look like. Okay, so that would mean you're gonna get bad sentiment then for a while. And potentially, you could see, little move like this, and then you bounce kind of up, and then maybe you make the higher low going into, say, Wednesday, Thursday. Because if we just do this, then you're really thinking higher low. I don't know if you'll get that big of a reaction. I just don't think that's on the cards yet. Would the Fed meeting pull the market up or down? Well, it depends on what they do, Tarek. Depends on what they do. I don't think, because of the yen carry trade, I am very hesitant to say they're going to, raise rates. I'm very hesitant. But yeah, so very hesitant. Doesn't mean it can't happen. That's kind of why I'm thinking if there's good structure, it's like shit. We have another week where it's not a shortened trading week, right? I downsize the positions because we have shortened trading week. I downsize the position because we have some volatile things going on. I downsize the position because we technically are in a positive trend and I don't want to take a huge short position in a short squeeze. And then I'm like, okay, now I need to downsize the position because we have earnings when we have some big reports. I'm thankful that every play is working out, but I'm having to downsize the position every time. Thankfully, all the plays are working out. You think this drop is all Deepseek? I think it's Deepseek. I'm more inclined to say Deepseek is a reason for some things to fall, and the main reason that it fell is most likely the yen carry trade. No rate cuts and maybe make a joke on Trump. I think holding him steady makes the most sense. Just bought 10 shares of AMC on Webull. Okay, good. So it's open. Deepseek is the only instance of OpenAI. What has caused concern is that competition for AI closed models is real, and Meta, Nvidia, e.g. are overinvested. That's what I think, Jack. How long have we talked about that? Nvidia at least has Nvidia, SMCI, and then if you want to put it in the same boat, we'd say MSDR. All these ones, they're doing weird shit with their revenues to make it look better than it actually is. They're reporting future revenues as real revenues. From some of the analysis that I've seen. Now, I don't know if they're continuing to do that. That was a little while ago. But if they are doing that to get overvaluated, and then someone comes in and proves that it's overvaluated, that's kind of a big deal, because you're going to see them go like mean reversion or something. I think Deepseek was a big reason, but I think the other thing is I think in some way the yen carry trade unwound a little bit. Now, is it enough? I think it's more we're going to be worried when the yen, when the BOJ has to raise. You guys, it went to 3.6. It didn't go to 3.2. It went to 3.6 for Japan. So I don't think it's going to just stop there magically because you raised by 0.5. You remember when we were at 3.6? Do you guys remember how much we were raising by? Like how much we had rose at that point? Holy shit, it was still way higher than that. They're still technically right above zero. Give you a quick review of what you've been talking about? Yeah, we've been just talking about how, hey, what the main thing is, what we, let's go through some things we discussed again. Let's just do it real quick. Up in these areas, bad place to take calls, right? Bad place to open call positions. And that was just very obvious due to our monthly expected move. Our trade was done. Our take profit was done. Now we said, hey, this has been a good move up. So if I was the market maker, this was the next kind of point, I would really like to, as people have bought 0.66 calls, 0.64 calls, 0.67 calls, 0.7 calls. Okay, that's 4 days of a lot of calls. I would want to shoot the market down to scare people. Everyone thought that the market was crashing here. Let's show them, hey, yeah, the market's going to crash now again, so they all get scared and buy puts. We see puts being bought this morning. Outside, now we have to read into this and go, okay, we're outside of a weekly expected move. What was the most likely thing that was going to happen this week, according to technicals, right? According to just how stocks move. Well, your stock, your MACD is telling you that the most likely thing is this negative, by the way? Is this negative? This is not negative at all. This is saying that the more probable thing is whatever is going to happen this week, most likely next week, you're going to end up seeing something to the upside. Right? Let this week just play out, but it's saying next week we're going to get updated monthly expected moves, and this might be a flush out to make one more move higher. That is overall the most probable thing. But it doesn't mean it's a 100% thing. It's just the most probable thing. I have to still see it proven. I have no reason to take a trade yet. I have no reason. If I was a day trader, I might have a reason and see that test of the weekly. But I'm not a day trader. So, the most probable thing in my mind is if this is not able to cross, if this is able to get back above these moving averages, then we will see the daily be able to go to the upside. We will see the daily go to the upside, and then we'll watch out. We will see the daily go to the upside once it's done, guys. Once it's done. It doesn't have to be right now. Or we could see this leak into what? March. That's how I see it right now. But you're aware that you do have structure that this could be a major top right now, right? You do have that structure. So you just want to be aware of the weakness, and that's why I want to wait. I want to be patient. I want to sit here. I want to be bored. I want to see them keep doing things in the dark pools, in the post-market, and the pre-market so that we don't get to do much during the day. And I want to sit here and I want to go, okay, show me something. So NASDAQ should double top, but from which point? Because at this moment you haven't are you saying double top with this point, or would you say double top with this point? And this is some kind of like, say 1, 2 or something, or A, B, C, and then you get the A, B, C fall. So I don't know. I'm just gonna watch these signals and be like, hey, if it ain't crossing over, we're good. Yep, exactly, Srinath, you're thinking of it perfectly. You're saying, oh, because aren't you feeling that? Srinath, you're going, I wonder, is this the opportunity? Is this the opportunity? That's what you're thinking right now, right? And what I'm telling you is, it most likely is. I'm telling you, the higher probability is that this is a pullback. But I do not have, the difference is, I can know how a stock is going to flow. I can read into a move and say what's most probable. But the question is, do I have enough information here to take a position, to risk money? I don't have enough of that info. I just took profit on technically the calls on volatility side. So I'm gonna wait. And if I don't get a setup and I miss out, oh darn. You know, oh darn, I didn't risk any money this week. That means I didn't lose anything, so I'm still happy, you know? But yeah, and in very simple terms, Srinath, this is higher probability to be the pullback. What's Intel look like? Intel had great reversals, didn't it? Like a while ago? Yeah, it did. Okay. This was on the daily, wasn't it? Wasn't there? Okay, yeah, rejection on the daily. Great toss up. See this, even this, isn't this? Like, people are probably like, Intel's crashing. And I'm sitting going, looks like a 2-hour pullback. Do I see any 30-minute divergence in there? I'm testing the breakout. I'm testing a very key level that we got above. We gapped above, so I don't think that looks too bad. I think it's a 2-hour pullback. Just like I think this is a 2-hour pullback right now, because I have nothing that suggests otherwise yet. Let's go into a 5-minute and let's watch this thing for fun for a little bit and see when this run's gonna happen. Yeah, Sir Nath, you're thinking of the right stuff. It's just for the ability to be able to go in either direction. That should be how a trader is almost at all times. And then when it's a little more obvious that I need to go in this direction, that's when we bet, right? But I have to be willing that this can still continue to go down. Even though the most probable thing is a 2-hour pullback, I have to see signals that prove that this is basing out in some way. Would be a good time to go long in video right now? No, the sellers are in serious control. You have no basing out signals here whatsoever. Not even on a 5-minute chart. And this is why I'm saying, this is why you have to be waiting. I know we're talking about this is most likely a just deep pullback. This could not be done, okay? This doesn't have to just be a pullback. Look at NVIDIA, it is burning right now. Go into retest, look at this gap down here. It can go all the way down to here. If I take this and just say long, right here, long, I'm guessing. That's a guess, like just admit it. Just admit the question, just admit what that question came from. Hey, is NVIDIA gonna go up now? It just went way down. If there's no structure, it just did this. So what are the signals telling us here for NVIDIA? The most likely thing is down. We have not gotten any signal right now that says NVIDIA most likely up. Is this a great place to buy short positions? Probably not. To be genuine, probably not. It's probably difficult. They're probably at a premium now. You have to see something. So a good signal for reversal would be, you know, am I seeing the 2-hour by the center line? Do we V-shape and turn that back up, right? If it's going to be a V-shape recovery. 30-minute, do I see anything that tells me that the 30-minute is close to this center line at all? Do I see a higher low? Do I see anything? No, it's very far away from the center line now, so no reversal. You're looking for this to catch a bid and then prove that that bid is going to hold. You're looking for that to catch it, prove that that's going to hold. At this point, I think we'll be looking for some big buyers to step in and then look for higher lows. I think that's how this thing would base out more likely. I think it's more likely to see a higher low, like someone's just going to be able to buy it up and then it's going to retest into that liquidity and then the next buyers step in. I think you're going to see like this if it's going to buy up in some way. But I'm not going to bet money behind that. That's just a guess, right? Yeah, and yeah, the news about Deepseek, that's really, really bad for all other AI companies. I want to buy calls on all those bad companies. I mean, now here's the thing. If you're investing and it's at levels that you like, if you're cost averaging in some way and you like these prices, it's like that's a totally different story. But I know that most people come in here and they ask, hey, is NVIDIA going to go up dramatically by Friday? I wonder why they're asking by Friday and things like that. It's just, I'm not going to be out there saying stuff like that. That's just silly when you don't have any basing out signals. That is guessing. That is gambling. That is straight up gambling with low probabilities. Like in some way, the stock market is all a gamble. But there are times, you know, if you're saying the stock market's a gamble and you say you can't read anything based on technicals, I would just blatantly argue against you. Because like if we just look back, we've had how many trades? 1, take profit at weekly. 2, take profit at weekly. 3, take profit with the runners. Runners, take profit on the runners for the next weekly. Divergence, okay, volatility calls. Like, we've just been, like, once you do it long enough, you're just going to realize, oh, you know, some people actually do know what they're talking about. Man, I ain't scared of Deepseek. Eden, I don't think you should be. I don't think you should be. I don't think anyone should be. I think you're just like, hey, it's a bad time for NVIDIA. Now they need to innovate. That's what we'd say. Look at JP Morgan. I think JP Morgan's a good thing to be paying attention to, actually. JP Morgan with this sideways price. Look at that wick coming in. Very, very nice. What we were looking for JP Morgan was the 2-hour pullback, but now I'm kind of worried about it. A little bit worried about it. And thank you so much, Justin, for the 260 vote. I just want to see if some kind of little pop and drop happens here, because this could have more work to be done. We look at the 30-minute, I think you even got to be paying attention to that for the little pop and drop, because I think that's when you're more likely to see the bigger 2-hour pullback. The 2-hour is saying we need to be pulling back, but you're looking at this and you're going, wow, that's pretty good. Which means what? Yeah, I have a divergence right here, pretty steep, triple divergence across if you really include that last point back here. And now you're going, but can this continue? It always can. Just treat it like it always can. And if this 30-minute curls up, hey, I can see a positive move, but on the next positive move, I'd watch out. That's all I'm saying. On the next positive move for the 30-minute, if there's a divergence point that sets up and it holds with all of this right here, it doesn't violate this point right here. We just do something like this and curl down. We go like this and curl down. Maybe a little bit more than that. There you go. We do that, that's when I'd be worried. But you got to wait for confirmations, because that could just be continuing the bullish trend. And that could just move sideways on the 2-hour, honestly. That's why short, like I said, still shorting a short squeeze is very difficult. Trust me, if I'd have seen that volatility signal and we weren't in a short squeeze, I probably would have put $1,500 behind it. And I wish I did today. That would have been nice. I would have taken the $3 grand, over $3 grand. Gap down those fine cues are likely free money for me to buy. Yeah, they're gonna go fill. Like, here's the thing about people talk about gaps to the upside and downside, right? Gaps always get filled, is what everyone says. All the gaps that led to downside got filled, always. I can't ever lose. It's amazing. Thinking clearly, Mr. Pickle. I like it. HG head and shoulders. Daily divergence. Uh-oh. Home Depot? Banks control the market. Not a bad thing to say. And banks had good earnings. And if banks are still holding up higher, maybe I'll read into that. This does look like a head and shoulders a little bit with the divergence above. Very, very good to point out. 2-hour divergence at the low to give you the base. Pops up. Maybe a 4-hour was better there. Pops up. I'm going to look in here, because this next push might be something I got to keep my eye on. Yeah, the next push is what I got to keep my eye on. If this, for whatever reason, fails, you have to treat it seriously, because that could be divergence, right? We could see that. You can see that on the 2-hour. Why would I pay attention to 2-hour divergence very seriously? If it violates that, hey, good for you, right? If it curls back up after, seeing that divergence, hey, good. We got to be paying attention to that. But it's because of the daily chart. If the 2-hour divergence shows up, it is known to turn over the daily chart with showing that weakness. At that point, you would be saying potential for head and shoulders. At that point, you would be pointing out, oh, this is slightly a lower low, right, than the last one. So this would be starting a possible negative trend. You beat the previous low. Now you go make a lower high and downside. So you see how seriously you got to treat 2-hour divergence. But will that actually confirm? You got to see if that can confirm. So yeah. HD, very interesting. Everything's interesting. I really like it. I think it's fun. How can today not be fun? We get to make money today. It's great. I think there's solid earnings this week, Q4 Christmas. I'm really interested to see what Apple does. I'm tempted, so tempted to take some YOLO calls on Apple, but I don't think I'll be doing that. Like, Apple's so interesting to me because it's been outside of the monthly this whole month. It's been outside of a weekly like 2 weeks in a row. Then we just see this simple curl up and take back the 5. And look how different that is. I mean, if you really look at this move down, I want you to see why you're paying attention right now. Down below the 5, reaction up, retest, oh, ride the 5 down, big drop. Reaction to the 5, retest, retest, fail, fail, down. Down. Go up to the 5, we're not gonna make it quite there, come back down, take back the 5. Isn't that different? That's different. Does that mean it's done? Nah, it doesn't have to be. But usually when you see a stock trying to make a base, which I still think this has its reasons to still potentially go down, but when you're trying to make that base, you gotta be taking back the 5, and that's what it hasn't done in a long time. So I think that's super interesting from Apple. A very easy thing to do, though, would be, hey, if after earnings, maybe we see a big gap up, and then I see a little pullback, and then I go, okay, the gap up was the earnings was good, and then I can take something towards 250. Seems easy to me. Seems like if I simplify it a little bit more, but you just have to be aware. I mean, look at this thing on the daily. I mean, that's looking like a flag, and the 200's right there, so. Financials on the weekly. First of all, daily, that's worrisome. That's worrisome for one reason. Lower high is a big scenario here. Lower high, big scenario there. And your 2 hours starting to get real flat. It's kind of squeezy. What was about this? I know, Richard, it's like the first seconds that it's open, you're like, yeah, and then you take profit and you're like, I'm bored. As far as this, the weekly, I think you might have one more confirmation to the upside. I think you might keep squeezing here. The reason I'm saying that is because I don't have the divergence on the MACD at the same time. This would be enough to convince me that that's a top on the monthly. Because look at that monthly, sky high, flat divergence down, multiple point, okay. Then we see this, and we go, ooh, I want to see when this monthly is going to roll over. Weekly is usually good at giving you that hint. So now the difference here is if the weekly goes, boom, violates this, then you could be in a whole new trend. Right, correct. See that move again. So I want to see if this is brief and then curls down rapidly. That would worry me for financials. Oh, one thing was cool. One thing was cool. I forgot to mention this in my video, and that kind of pisses me off. But I had circled this to remind myself. I was going to say in my video, and I totally forgot to do it, this is what I'm looking for a little bit quicker. That's what I was trying to say. I want to look for this a little bit quicker because I need to have it within 2 trading sessions. So I want this, but quicker. Let's actually go look at this moment, by the way. Maybe this will help me. Okay, because it's V-shape. Awesome. Okay, so we see how it's kind of V-shape, right? We see the gap, big flush down. We kind of V-shape up to a big level up here, but notice we'll always come dip back down to a certain level that seems important, back into our zone. So maybe now the main thing we want to be looking for is like, where's our zone, right? Where's our zone? If I can freaking pull this across. Well, our zone technically that we drew, but I just didn't put it on the chart, is in this area. So you're testing that zone. So that means if I get a reaction, that zone's pretty big. If I get a reaction out of that zone, I can almost say with pretty positive assumptions here that that's going to turn down and retest that area. Because we just saw some extreme selling. You have volatility, and so volatility is most likely to continue. You know, I'd really like to see that. Then I'd be convinced. You chart Nike? Yeah, let's go look at Nike, actually. We were talking a lot about Nike last week. Very nice, actually. Very nice. Good structure here for a good test of the 5. You're still aware of that 30-minute rolling down, just in case, but you just broke out, so hopefully a little retest in there, and that just continues positivity. Pretty much going like this, right? High. Hey, I'm really trying to carve out this as a low in some way, but the 2 hour might need a better low than that, but yeah, I still think the 2 hour might want to back off, like go sideways or something, but I wonder if this goes ballistic, because the daily had divergence, right? flat, not really there on the RSI, but in the near price action down here. I think we were leaning towards what? Well, testing this area or testing up towards this area. I would say a little box in here. Since we got past this, if we hold that, we go to here. That's the next test. The ultimate thing for Nike would be if it gets a great move here. The best thing for Nike would be it gets a big reaction up to like $79 or $80. You see that back off and then curl back up. And that can even be pretty steep, right? If we make an even right shoulder, you could say something like this would be awesome for Nike. I don't think there's a lot that we can look into necessarily like now. I just think you're paying attention if this 30-minute rolls over, but it's not. It's actually saying I'm curling up after some consolidation. So that's just something to react to, but everything looks decent here. Just like a 2-hour back off might be good. I would like to see a bigger move first before that 2-hour backs off to create a good higher low. That's good. I don't think that's too bad. All right, let's go back into our 5-minute here. All right, we're finally getting a cross up of the 5-minute. We are very deep into negative territory. I don't think there's much room there, Sid. Or who mentioned it? Sid, yeah. If you were talking about financials, were you the one talking about? Yeah, financials. I don't think there's a ton of room there, but I do see how they could set the trap. Right, once you do it long enough, guys, trust me, if you're just getting started in this, or you've only done it for like a year, once you get to 3 years of just looking at charts, man, you'll start to be like, all right, now I can kind of see in my head like what they're doing, like what the flow of the chart is doing. You'll more realize the pattern kind of with your intuition, which is pretty cool. And then you just look for the signals that prove your intuition right, and you also would look for the signals that can prove it wrong, right? It's the same thing. It's just you're going to see you're not going to be as worried about this, right? Because you're going to see a 2-hour and go, that looks like a pullback. That's the most probable thing. Like once you get 3 years under your belt, you'll start to be like, all right, that was great. We saw the squeeze. Now it's probably going to pull back aggressively. People took a bunch of calls. Yeah, so if I gave sell signals, so if I gave sell signals, and we were pointing out on Patreon how we're outside of a lot of weekly expected moves, so 2-hour pullback is the likely scenario. Can we check out BA? Yeah, we can check it out. The Boeing. Holding up well, just at the 5. Nothing really to worry about there. You could see a dip down here, though. You can see how you could easily see a dip down here. I think you potentially even have 30-minute divergence, so a bigger dip down would be all right. You're aware of the triple top, maybe, you know, triple high, right? For that triple divergence. You're aware of that. And it's not seeing the most positivity, I would say. It's kind of giving it up. So if this 2-hour has more work to be done, I'd really like it to go down to 173.20 for a test. If not, go fill the gap in the middle of the liquidity. Wouldn't that be nice? Down towards 171.12. And then you just see the 2-hour be able to curl back up. Again, it's another one that you have a low, you have made highs, but have you really seen that very obvious higher low, right? On the 30-minute you have, right? You're trying to see if that one's coming. But on the 2-hour, I think you got to back off and then see a solidified, a confirmed 2-hour higher low. So you got to see. Earnings, though, hey, throw everything I said out the window. Earnings is a 50-50 flip. All right, 5-minute. See, you're going, yeah, and now people are probably like, oh my gosh, now it's going to recover. We'll just hold that there. See if we keep this channel, little channel here. I ain't playing any earnings. SVIX, so predictable. So seductive. My milkshake brings all the no. Yeah, let's go look real quick. Oh, there's the dollar signal. That thing's bad. Let's do this to click over so I don't have to keep switching things up here. GME, what are we overall looking for from this guy? Still a 2-hour divergence if we can. Right? I would love that. I would love it. I would love it. I would buy GME with 2 hands if I saw a 2-hour divergence. Do I, Chad? Whenever I sing it, I think of Dodgeball, where he's like, my milkshake brings other boys to the yard. Still got 1,592 put. Please flush mid. Hey, I mean, if that 5-minute rolls back up. 5-minute trend's going up, though. He's like, you like that? You freaks. You think of SoFi, great earnings in a great company. I think SoFi's not bad. I just think it had a reversal signal. And I'm sure the Deepseek stuff did not help it. Right, SoFi, I don't think this is a bad thing. I think it probably ends up going higher, actually. After all this 2-hour business is done, I think it just has more time to do that. But you had the very obvious signal here. This is something we pointed out on Patreon as well. Outside of a weekly move, 30-minute divergence, 2-hour pullback. Very basic stuff. Now, the pullback was aggressive, but this move up was aggressive, right? This move up was plenty aggressive. I mean, almost a golden pocket. Like, that's a great retrace. And you're very positive trend on the 2-hour, so yeah. I mean, unless we're seeing super lackluster to where this can go down while this kind of just goes sideways, and then we see another drop, and this is going, by that point, negative, that would be more worrisome. This is super positive still. I do not have any inclination to be super bearish at this point. Right here is the trade reasons. Here is like, what am I willing to risk here? I'm probably down at a weekly expected move. I could probably go check on that real quick. Just shy of it. A little bit shy of that. For SoFi, it was a little bit shy of that. So you can end up lower than this. Isn't that crazy? 5-minute now. If we're going to see another drop, maybe to make a move to go fill this gap, well then this 5-minute would want to build up, build up, build up, build up, fall. Then we go. I'm down. If we make any kind of reversal out here, I might be taking some kind of play on the SPY. I feel like 61103 will be taken out. I might target that again later. I need some kind of basing out signal though in some way. So we need to like break this, start to go up, or we need to trickle up, break down, go up in some way. We will. Is flagging. Yeah, I'm talking about like if it gets violated. I just have no reaction if it gets violated. It's like sometimes you're waiting for something, you have your plan trade set up, you're like, okay, this looks really probable to happen, this is what I want to take, maybe even the lower high, and then sometimes it just shoots up and you go, I can't really take the trade. I mean, I wouldn't even call it a bear flag yet, honestly. It's a 5-minute and there's not a lot of bars in it yet. But we're going to look if any kind of price here shows us a little head and shoulders on the 5-minute. I mean, Schwab can be good. Is this Schwab? No, that's the wait. What's Schwab's ticker? Because that's not it. Yeah, there you go. Right? Something like this? For this guy, again, 2-hour pullback. And this is a great area to pull back, actually. If you want to see a new high, this is a great area to pull back if you 2-hour pullback here. You don't want the daily to cross, though. So now you know the risk is like, hey, I want some kind of maybe retest of down in here and then be able to shoot back up. I don't want this daily to cross. And that's it. I mean, if you're really thinking about this simply, you're looking for this to the upside. And you're looking for, if that breaks, for this low to break, and then you have a series of bam, bam, bam. So there's a bullish way up. There's a bearish way down. Jermaine, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you being here today. I'm not going to read into it that hard, Ben. I don't think we need to read into this too hard. I think we were just sitting and waiting for some kind of reversal signal for buyers to, or for sellers to say, hey, we're tired. Sellers, technically, you would say sellers in control. Especially if we see another rip down, and then you're going to have to see them get tired. Of course, I'm Tsunami. I appreciate you asking very nicely. Thank you for that. Yeah, so the upgrades there, I think you're already seeing that priced in though. You know what I mean? So I would look for a higher low, if not some kind of reversal. Will Ryan Cohen be opening his mouth anytime soon, or will he be dogs just waiting outside of a pizza shop for months? Well, that's what's fishy to me. It's like he's not going to dilute anytime in January. So a lot of people read into that and said tomorrow's the day. A lot of people are saying for GME and AMC tomorrow's the day, the 28th. But just so you know the type of people that are saying that, they've said tomorrow is the day for probably the last, ever since Roy and Kitty first came back. So you can't really take that into consideration. I think something that will help you a lot more is to just go over, look at GME, look at that on an hourly chart, and if that crosses up, I can make a decision and I'll manage the trade as I normally manage any trade. Like we still, like, GME still moves very, very well with the divergences and stuff like that. Like, it still moves like a regular stock. And thank you, Raphael, for joining, and Colin. Thank you guys for joining today. Appreciate you being here. So if this hourly can curl up, that's saying I'm attempting to be a higher low, and I'm going to give you a shot. It says I'm going to give you a shot to do this. And if you can break through, like I said, again, if you're someone who's an AMC or GME guy, you think that this thing's going to squeeze to oblivion, hey, I appreciate that. I think that's awesome. I think that's fine. I'm in it too. That's great. But you have to understand that the squeeze is always low probability. Always. So you're looking for the moments where it looks like it could happen. And this looks like one of those moments. The other thing that I would pay attention to is if implied volatility next week remains low and you see a 2-hour divergence and then it does that. And then going into February, you start to see something crazy. But it would always be a lower percentage thing. You have to realize the higher percentages, you're going to get something more like this. Where at this point, we tested a weekly expected move almost on the dime. Like, I think it was like right there. And that's most of the time what happens, because that's where the fight begins, right? So if I'm taking that into consideration, I would say I want to take a signal that looks like we can do something crazy. And then if that starts to roll down from there, that's when I have to make a decision, most likely with that option. Exactly, Willow. So you got to take it with a grain of salt. But everyone's pointing out the 28th. I have arguments to say that GME could see good stuff. I'm just like, I'm going to wait for good signals, though, before I risk an option. Just hold on to the stock. If it's at a cheap price, I can buy it. That's it. So basically, China made a ChatGPT for a fraction of the price and better performance, and that's why the market fell. Overall, yes, I think that and the yen carry trade. I think this is some unwinding, because that's a huge gap down. But that news was bad enough that it could have just been Deepseek alone, honestly. Like, if you say I can do something, I can do the same thing as you, even a little bit better maybe, but at 96% less the cost that you're doing, yeah, I'd say that's a pretty big deal. I think that means like they're really inefficient. If someone if someone could just pop up and be like, yeah, I can do this 96% better than you, I think that's pretty bad as far as efficiency goes. No, nobody's reacting to tariffs until you see the price of those goods actually go up and you see the negotiations actually take place. That can cause confusion, but it's not going to cause a big drop unless there was like we get our chips from China and we're going to, tariff China, so then they tariff our chips or something like that. Like, that's more what I would read. But once again, that's all news. You're going to see people move their money around before that news even comes out. Right, like let's see if some people kind of knew about today. Let's see if people really, let's click over to Nvidia for a second and see if you think people knew about today. Wow, there's a big amount of selling going into Friday. That's right. So at the end of Friday, and then we pull up the SEC filings and we type Nvidia, And if I see a bunch of red, then I'd say someone new. Well, that's weird. NVIDIA, right here. All right, cool. Wow, that's a lot of red. And some of these orders, 103 million back in November. Let's see really recent though. Let's see, 1.8, 5 million. Let's see, December, 131 million. And we probably have, this probably hasn't even updated, right? I probably have more orders than this actually, but 9 million, right? These are pretty decent size orders, 20 million, 15 million, 5 million, 20 million, 235 million. That's just in the last 3 months pretty much. And there's more, because if you leak this out to September and August, you're like, okay, in the last 6 months, this has lost a lot of money on the insiders. So who's probably holding the stock up then? If you see a bunch of red there, retail. What do they like to do to retail? They like to hear about the news first, get out on the way up, and then drop it on retail. So this is looking like a lower high right now. Like for NVIDIA, it's totally different, by the way, just so you're aware. NVIDIA, it's very different. You have a low, you have a high, you have a higher low, if you want to call it that, right? You probably could consider this, but you have a low. Let's just take it full strength here. You have a high, you have a lower, the higher low, then you make a lower high and a lower low. So technically, that's a lot different. This is potential being like, yeah, I'm in a negative trend. My daily is already crossing over. The thing is, NVIDIA will probably, like, knowing NVIDIA, and the fact that Nancy still probably has calls in this thing, I don't know if anyone's been paying attention to the Nancy tracker for me, but someone go find out real quick. If Nancy still has calls in this, then pretty sure it'll recover eventually. It's just, I don't have any signals that tell me when that will be. Her contracts are always for like years. But I'm just saying, look at this. You think some people didn't already know about this coming out? You think that all those insiders selling for the last 6 months straight, just selling for 6 months on the insiders, you think they didn't know something was coming out eventually? I think they knew, guys. I think someone always knows. That's how I think. Yeah, Jack Cats, and I saw that too. Apple reporting that it overtook the most downloads over ChatGPT. Spy about to flush. I think you can see another flush here. It's exactly like Cisco. Hey, I'm not going to call you wrong on that, Ben. It could be. $590 would be like the maximum. I don't think you're gonna. I really doubt that you come all the way down to these levels, like 582 to fill that gap. So, and the reason that I'm pointing out the gap is because you'd have to lose 590 to get there, right? You'd have to lose 590 to get there. I think you're more likely to do this. This is what I think, and tell me if I'm crazy, but if this is going to solidify itself in some way and try to get back into these weekly expected moves stronger than this, then I think you could potentially see like another dip down on the 5 minute. Maybe it goes up one more time. Another dip down on the 5 minute. We go lower, people really get bearish, and then you just do that. And then you have that 30 minute that goes up. You maybe retest like these areas in here. Maybe you go up to here and you fall again, right? But technically, if this was all happening on Monday, that would just be crazy, right? This is a 5 minute chart, so I don't think it'll move that fast. Sorry, guys. Going all in. Nah, there's no reason for that. Great trade. Sorry, wifey was here. Test a low or lower low makes sense. When did the market ever make sense? Exactly. Well, to most people in the market, Prabs, that doesn't make sense. To most people in the market, it's, hey, there's a low. We just cut that low, so I buy shorts. That's most people. Oh my gosh, we're down at lower levels, so I have to buy puts now. I'm saying for the week. I'm not saying that can't work out. Like I said, longer term options, right? A year out option, you might be able to scale into that position even if we make the higher move and be comfortable and be fine, right? Or you can manage that risk and get into it later. It's like, I understand if you wanted to do a longer, but I'm saying for the week, because I know most people in the chat aren't sitting there going, I'm going to buy an option for a year or 3 years or something. They're going, I want to make money this week, so I'm going to buy a week option here. I'm going to buy a Friday closing option. Well, that would tell us that at this area and anywhere below this purple line, that's not necessarily the best thing to do, right? That's probably the worst thing to do because it's on a Monday. It doesn't mean we can't see this, see the 30-minute come up, see the 30-minute go back down, then come back up and see that. Like, you can do a lot. The oil trade? Oh, I want to look at oil. Oil was coming down. Oil's coming down, still making all the divergences. I think this is wild. This is wild how much it's like squeezing to the downside, but really getting weak. And now you have 4 out of divergence popping up potentially on the MACD and RSI at the same time. I actually don't think, I think maybe oil makes a snapback here if you can confirm some stuff. It looks like a reaction to the upside, maybe for a lower high. So this could mean what? Well, go look at who we get oil from and go look if Trump starts talking to anyone we get oil from and see if he like tries to negotiate and or put a tariff on them and then they put a tariff on us and you'll see oil probably pump. Limited access to mainland China users and need Chinese phone numbers. Deepseek limited access to mainland China users only. I mean, I was able to go try to make an account right now. I was going to make an account over the weekend. Like on Friday, I was paying attention. That's the crazy part. On Friday, I was paying attention to Deepseek. That's when I started to see some interesting things. Saturday is where I saw all the news hit. And then that's where I was like, or some of the news hit. And then on Sunday, you saw an influx of just crazy news. But I'd said I could have signed up for an account right there. He wants to tariff Canadian oil. See, that could cause some problem. I think you're going to see that, and that's the confusion thing. Like that deal's not even going to be like pushed through right away, but people will react their money accordingly, and oil might get more expensive just because people always try to price things in. Yeah, I think we got to keep our eye on it though. I'm down. I want to keep my eye on that for sure. Where the heck are Colin and Rafael Sosa? Colin Young, Rafael Sosa. You guys got, you know what? One of you guys got to give me a ticker. One of you two. You guys are new. When it's only China mainland, then that's a good thing for NVIDIA, don't you think? Yes. You're limiting your consumer base. Unless a simple VPN fixes that, you'd want to look into that. Like, it's more the Chinese phone number thing that ruins it. If they just make it like, oh, you can't access it, well, you can just get a VPN to access it. But that might drive the cost up, actually, because VPN does make your system work a little harder. IWM for end of the week? I mean, why are you asking? Do you want to take an option for the end of the week to try to make money really fast? I gotta ask. I gotta ask those questions these days. Or do you have an argument for, or do you want to enlighten us, Eden? Would you like to enlighten us and tell us a trade setup that you're maybe seeing? Or are you trying to just maybe get lucky? IWM's the one that I would not be even trying to get lucky and say some kind of upward move can come, like right now. IWM is not at the weekly expected move at all. Hoping for some validation on your NVIDIA shares. Oh, okay, okay. So for NVIDIA, you got to treat it seriously. You got to understand, this is a daily chart crossing down. This is ugly. This does not look good. We look at, we give out weekly expected moves on Patreon for NVIDIA. Hey, you're well outside of that. You actually almost, you were trying to make an attempt to do that. But the cool part was, 135 on the dot was very important. If you're a part of Patreon, you know why. You've lost that. Now, you do have some support down in here. You're retesting the breakout area. So there is a chance that this thing can catch some buys. But I would really just say this needs to V-shape now. This needs big investors to go, I still like NVIDIA at these prices, and you know, that's how I would mainly be putting it. But am I going to take a trade based on that? No, but it sounds like you're just holding shares. So I'd be looking for that, and if something goes wrong, then I'd be making a decision. It's decision time for you probably in the next few days. Just got to see how it reacts around these levels. 125 has been super important. That's why we have it marked off. All right, SPY. No, we want SPY to go up higher than this. No, gain a buyer here. Someone buy the SPY real quick so this thing can look better for us. Just kidding, guys. God. I just wanted to do this one more time. One more time. Give me another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe a little bit more than that. Let's go look at volatility real quick. Wow, what a wick. 30-minute crossing down for volatility. But volatility is very good at showing 30-minute divergence at lows. So I think volatility will be good to us here, because you're going to either see that lower high or you're going to see like this. And the SPY might go dramatically lower, but this will be able to just hold like this. But I'll be watching this stuff, guys. Like I said, Patreon members, if you're looking for, you know, a Patreon video, we're going to be putting that out most likely today to talk about this overall move. Yeah, that's right. On Patreon, we like to talk about when things get to weekly expected moves, what are the most probable thing to happen. So we're going to see how the morning shapes up while we're live, and then if we can formulate a little plan here, we're going to put that out on Patreon, mainly discussing the SPY and the Qs. Yeah, Richard, help me out, dude. Richard, I need you to buy like 1 million shares real quick, and then I need you to hold that for like 25 minutes, and then I need you to sell all of it so that we can get the double dip down. Thank you. Oh god. Short Fridays. Baba, I think Chinese stocks are something you'd look at. Chinese stocks are interesting. Great move up. Yet to get that 2-hour pullback. I mean, honestly, if you were looking at little 30 minutes in here and hourly in here, maybe that was a good opportunity, but I think this needs to pull back in some way. Thank you for the $2 short fries. I don't... Actually, short fries, do you have a position already? Do you own the stock or anything like that? That's the main things you need to know, because option-wise, this is very difficult to go long. Very difficult to go long. If you have a, say, monthly expected move, where did we start the month? Right in the middle of this. Okay, so we started the month here. You're probably maybe even down at a monthly expected move, then up at the next monthly expected move. I think this area you would like the pullback. And it could be aggressive because this is pretty high, but you have pretty obvious levels to pay attention to. This right here. I think that right there looks great. Like an 86.50, just coming down into these areas. Maybe fill this gap, right? 86. Come down. Oh, I double tapped. Come down into that area. I think you just really want to be like, okay, this will pull back eventually. If it's an option play. Just bought 91 calls expiring Friday. It's already seen an aggressive move up. Now, I don't think you see too many. I don't think you see reversal signals. But I think at this point, you see the 30-minute, and you're at risk of just that sideways again, kind of like this. Kind of like that. You just go sideways again. Then you make that move up, and then you get that 2-hour pullback. Right? That's how this thing would most likely flow if it went normally. If it was normal. Right? If everything behaved like how buying and selling likes to come in, then yeah, but... Apple's nowhere near its expected move, or the it's outside of the monthly. It's nowhere near the weekly expected move. You have earnings this week, so you have a huge implied volatility for Apple, and Apple has a big expected move because of that. So you're not even close. You're still right in the middle. You could end up 15 points higher or 15 points lower than where Monday was, like around there, because of the earnings. You have a big move priced in. Not like a 10% move, but that can change a lot. Microsoft has not really gone up in a full year, 9%. I think they are primed to run earnings this week. I don't mind the look of Microsoft at all, because what were we looking for? We were looking for it to go back into this zone, weren't we? Like, are we just forgetting the plan? I think a lot of you guys aren't forgetting the plan. I think a lot of you guys are level-headed, and that's awesome. I think people are doing great. But this right here, this is what we were looking for, right? And thank you again for the $5. But Microsoft, I'm not overly bearish on this because the 2-hour could just be creating a higher low. Now, as that has just crossed, is that going to take time? Do you think that this sentiment could continue until we get different news, which we get different news on what, Wednesday? So do I think it could mess around in here for a while, maybe get tight again and then see a move? Maybe. And maybe earnings helps you out with that. But earnings 50-50 flip, so that's the unfortunate part. It's like I said, multiple shortened trading weeks, multiple pieces of data, multiple events, now multiple earnings. It's like every single week I have to downsize positions. It's very annoying, but at the same time, I should just appreciate that every single play has played out. Even Microsoft's. Remember Microsoft's? 30-minute divergence with a 2-hour divergence. Great move. Thank you, Microsoft. So from this standpoint, you just want to see, is this saying I need more data? But is this saying eventually, yeah, I'm a higher low, and does earnings affect that? And that's where I would just control myself, make sure to manage my risk by managing position size. That's how I like to treat earnings. It could be. It could be. And remember, we were looking for the lower high. We were looking for the lower high. But what's the confirmation of a lower high? The confirmation is we get a negative bar below this, and it crosses on the RSI and it crosses on the MACD. We got to see multiple reasons. Because if price does it very quickly, the indicators aren't going to say the momentum's really, really down right away. You're going to need a follow-through type of bar. So this will be a bad confirmation. It tells me, hey, don't go long yet. That's what that would overall say, unless I'm seeing structure in the bar. But if this crosses, I'm much more bearish. If this actually closes and then see, because there's some buying in it, if there's a follow-through kind of bar that violates it again, that really ends at the lows, that's when I would say, yeah, we're testing this low, going to make a new one. So we're still looking for that closing below these. You're going to get it, it looks like, possibly get that. But we don't have confirmations across the board to say that. And we just had a big run, so really the 2-hour could show me first. If the 2-hour doesn't see anything, right? If the 2-hour just messes around in here and then drops through, okay, then the daily's crossing, maybe fill gap, test the low. I just don't think this is that bad yet. This is just what happened. It just happened very fast. This is just what happens. Let's see if it does it. If it's not going to do that, we're going to see more price action that does not build a strong base, or it's going to create a move that fails. That's what I'm saying. I don't think like these are the best short opportunities just yet. We'll see if it builds a structure and becomes a good short opportunity. That's how we're going to look at it. I think the short opportunity was technically at the high. Do I think it was like the most probable thing to see some kind of massive crash? Probably not. Not according to the signals, but it happened, and we were aware that it could happen, and that's all we need. Now I want to see, do we do something like this, use this as resistance, and then fall? Because that could be a way to extend this a little bit. I want to extend that just a little bit. Yeah, I think you just have a period of patience where you're looking for those basing out signals to kind of say like, oh, the bigger time frames still look all right, they're holding, but am I seeing signals that say they're not just going to hold, they're going to go up? Like, that's kind of where you're at. See, Mike, look at this, and even Greg saying Microsoft just hit the levels, hit the fib levels for the B wave, which means he's probably looking for what? A C wave. We should just hire Greg on as our Elliott wave theory guy, you know? And coming out you at 11:30 this morning will be Greg Ryan Fitness. No, he's not going to make you work out, but he's going to show you some Elliott wave theory. Who's Elliott? We don't know. Hey, Lil Nick, thanks for joining us today. Have we considered all the retail traders that are in margin right now and just got liquidated today? Or is this coming Friday? No, Greg, you don't have to tell us how you trade. You don't have to trade. Just tell us the Elliott wave. Sell, 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 sell. Oh, wait, that's Jim Cramer. Yo, I'm going to do that one day. I'm going to turn this channel into like I'm going to have a section like once a week that's just like, I dress up like Jim Cramer with a bald cap and I say everything opposite. Yo. Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Maybe it's not in this type of pattern. Maybe this is too much. I'm going to play with something here for a moment. Just playing with it. Wonder if that's more what it is right now. I think I like that better. That's weaker buying, so that's why I would like that a little bit better. So now I'm looking for maybe a reaction here to get back into the zone pretty quick. So I'm looking for a reaction here to see if it sets up some kind of structure to then drop again. If not, then we might just be crossing down. We might see a brief little thing like this and then turn back around. I think this, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking in my head like, based on the behavior here, based on that we're heading into the end of the month, based on the fact that we have 3 big things happening, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we get some big things. I'm probably being patient till at least Tuesday morning to late Tuesday. I think late Tuesday would be the best time to make a decision. Is VIX not loading on your screen? VIX is below 18 for me and it keeps dropping. Yeah, it's not below 18 right now. Unless it's just not loading right now for me. I don't know why that would be. Yeah, 1859. Yeah, I'm there too. So this is like, it's pretty good at showing 15s. See if 15, see if it's like a lower high or something. Mine says, what program are you using? My thoughts on Tesla are, I think you're at serious risk of seeing this really break down, go down to 357.78. I think you're at risk of that. But I see this daily and it keeps showing positive. So if this is going to be a higher low, right? We've seen the lows. Okay, double bottom. Awesome. Thank you. Well, this was actually technically, we looked at this as a higher low. Thank you for the higher low. That's what we were looking for. And thank you for subscribing, Michael. Appreciate you being here. But could this be a higher low? Well, what's going to tell me that? This 2 hour. This 2 hour is probably going to tell me that, right? And we kind of see, and this is going to be thick lines, but we kind of see like, okay, we're holding the line in the sand a little bit here. All right, awesome. If I do this, I'm not happy, right? I'd really be watching for that because, oof, that would be building a lot of liquidity to maybe see that drop down to 357.78. And that would be, but this would potentially mean like, hey, we're going to get bad news on Wednesday, or like this might be like good news on Wednesday, bad news on Friday. So I think you're more inclined to just see, hey, does that 2 hour curl up and does it not curl down quickly? Does it curl up and beat this high? Go make a new one. And I think that's what I'd be looking for because that can turn around the daily chart. As of right now, your daily's rejecting, really saying that can start to take place. Hold on, what's that? Oh, trading view. I think if you at least get basic, you should have the volatility correct. Oh, you're subscribed there too. That's weird. Reload your page real quick. I know you've probably already done that, and that's like, you know, the computer guy coming over saying plug, or the Xbox being like, unplug your Xbox and plug it back in. But I'm just saying, it's kind of weird. What's VIX 9-day look like? Bam! Oh my god. That's wild. All right, let's go back over to the SPY. Let's get to the SPY. Let's get back on our 5-minute. All right, let's go make that little lip. I want that lip. I want you to buy back above that real quick. Come on now. Give me this. Give me that. And then you'll drop down to here, and then everyone will get scared. People are still buying some puts. Not as aggressively, though. Interesting. I'm going to look at some put levels, maybe. Willow. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on? That's the worst question ever, because you always try that first, and then they tell you to do it, and you're just like, fuck you. And then they're like, well, did you not turn it off and turn it on, but did you unplug the power cord and plug the power cord back in? And it's weird that that's a different thing. ABGO is falling back into the gap territory. How does price action look at this usually play out for such a huge gap? Well, the big thing is you left behind huge gaps to the upside. Just saying. You're leaving gaps to the upside in the general market is what we're mainly talking about. Now, you got to say thank you a little bit to AVGO, though. Did you see the 30-minute divergence? Did that ever confirm back up? Did it? Maybe we can't say thank you to it. No full confirmation, not even on the RSI. So this would be, if I took this, it would be one reason, price action. Do I ever put a trade up because of one reason? Do I ever risk money because of one reason? How many do I usually say you need? Someone from the course, you can say that. Because that course is still 90% off, and we're doing things pretty well here if you want to learn. Full technical analysis course if you want to learn about weekly expected moves, but this never told us. You need 3 to 5 reasons. You need 3 reasons. The way I look at it is 3 reasons, I will do a certain amount of money. 4 reasons, I might do a little bit more money. 5 reasons or plus 5 or 5 plus reasons, more money. Yeah, Richard. Yeah, it goes away. The course is done. The sale's done on Friday. We like to extend it over the weekend, Richard. We're those type of people. I think the weekend's great for people, like, if they have time, so usually I extend it if it happens on Friday. I've extended it over the weekend a lot. Gotta stop tipping my waiter so I can get the course, yeah. No. No, you know what 10 reasons is? 10 reasons. 10 reasons is just money, 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 confidence. That's a terrible confidence there, but money, 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 and confidence. Meaning what? What is 10 reasons? Means I'm still doing the maximum amount that I allow myself to do. I'm very confident in the trade, which means what? I'm looking for, if we pull this up, if I have 10 reasons, I'm looking for what? TP. I'm looking to, when I'm out of all the contracts, I want to be at a pretty high take profit. Now that doesn't mean I'm not taking profit on the way up, but that's kind of the trade setup that we just had. That's the trade setup that we just had on the SPY. Right? So that would be say a lot of reasons down here, right? We had a ton of reasons down here. And we definitely had more than 5. We had structure, we had our zone, we had a weekly expected move come into play at some point. We had the bearishness sentiment there, the overly bearishness. We had people trying to we had the fact that calls were a little cheaper. We had the fact that this might be basing out with 2-hour divergence. We had it on the RSI, we had it on the MACD. We had the daily that wasn't giving the exact topping signals that everyone was talking about for a crash. We didn't have them. We had a lot of reasons. So what did we do? Well, we set a very high target pretty much. And by the target, I should be out of all of my contracts. So I see a big move, weekly expected move, sell a little bit. See another couple of moves, sell pretty much. I actually sold pretty much all of it at these points. And then I think Amazon was sold up in these levels. So we're out of all the contracts at the exact right moment. And this could have just been sideways to make the next move higher, ended up being a big drop, and we saw volatility give us that. So that's how I like to treat my position sizing. And then you have to take into consideration, am I seeing 10 reasons, but I have one thing that can make it all go wrong? And that's where you start to think about earnings. And so if I had 10 reasons before an earnings that I would normally put, say, $3,000, maybe even $4,000 behind, well, if I see an earnings, I'm immediately going to put that down to like $500 to $1,000. Yeah. Definitely putting in a top. It does. NVIDIA's the one that looks like that. NVIDIA's the one that definitely looks like that. Yeah, I think you're correct in pointing it out. I would say that NVIDIA is the best argument to say that thing has topped. NVIDIA just a big lower high. Do you mean high or low? Okay, share my take on TSM. Did TSM had good earnings, right? I thought it did, but obviously not liking that news. Man, once again, like TSM, I know that this one was is probably like, we have a lot of room to the downside, right? But I'm still seeing divergence, where at a pretty big resistance level in some way. So did this ever confirm back up? Nope. Lose the 5 completely with the move. So this said, hey, the 2-hour can cross down. Hey, we're moving sideways. We could go up if we get confirmation. No confirmation, so 2-hour drops. And the 2-hour even confirmed, like, hey, I want to pull back more than I want to go up. Bam, it goes down. So this is scary, though. Like, you have 2-hour divergence here, too. Like, just so you're aware, TSM can get worse. Like, this could just be the start. Look at the daily. Like, that could just be the start, guys. I kind of want to see TSM get down to here, though. Because the last time we got down to there, look at that breakout with the gap, and then just went. So, if you're going to lose all of this, then you might as well go fill the gap while you're at it. And then you're probably going to mess around for a bit and see if that can turn back around. But so still positive trend on the daily. You have daily divergence. You have, 2-hour divergence telling you about that as well. You potentially have weekly divergence here too. And weekly divergences are confirming. So I would not be in any way saying I'd be buying this. This says I could be a major top right now. So TSM is actually looking bad. TSM is saying, hey, I could be a major top right now. And the earnings were actually potentially good, actually. But yeah, that's what this is saying. If it closes down at these levels, that would say that there is more pressure to go that way than to go that way. And then you want to see in the shorter time frames, though, if that's turning around and totally contradicting that, that's when you'll pay attention. Yeah, this is a weekly signal. That means that, here, I'll do this. This is what that means. This monthly can turn down. What happened the last time the monthly turned down? Let's see from the high. Well, once that actually confirmed down, 56%. So, if that'll do a similar thing, say it goes down to the 50 or something like that, say it goes down to these areas right here, 103, probably best case 124. We'll do best case. That means from the high, you can end up retesting 45% lower if this monthly turns down. So it's a time to take it into consideration. This daily's just getting started. I think it's still holding up on the overall move so far. Right? You start to break that, more problems. And you're starting to break it. Yeah, that's not a good sign. I am not even going to look at TSM for a little bit. Elon is master of efficiency. $5. Thank you so much. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I do appreciate you. And is that, what language is that? I don't know what language that is. Officially, Tesla is the best AI company. Tesla is the best AI company. Deepseek is a BS if Elon can't be as efficient as the Chinese AI. Thank you, by the way. Money, money, money. Hey, that's awesome. I appreciate you saying thank you. And at the same time, I do agree with you. I think Elon is one of the efficiency kings. I think that he is a very efficient person, and he's proven to be very efficient. Right? We can just take into consideration the comparison of him creating charge ports for EVs versus the government making charge ports for EVs, and I believe he did it for about 5% of what the government spent. So he made more of them, but I think it was about 5. He spent 5%. They spent 100%. And he was able to do the job better. So I'd have to agree with you on the efficiency thing 100%. And so you're probably saying that in a way that's like, Tesla is going to be the best. All right, well, the signals will prove that. You know what I mean? It doesn't mean they can't go through tough times. Or it doesn't mean that they can't go through good times. We just have to be paying attention. Can you look at LLY? We did look at this a little bit ago. But thank you so much for the 345. Let's look at this. 15 minutes showing some weakness. We don't really care too much for that. I would just say the 30-minute here, and you're running into... This is actually great. This is what we wanted from LLY, right? We wanted this. We want us to get to this level. We want to get there because it invites something here. Because we're looking like pullback, it invites a tag of this zone. We just broke out. Great divergence, great breakout. Now we got to retest maybe where that 5 is, maybe just the top of this and curl back up. And that could take some time, right? It's taken some time in this area. But the reason I'm pointing it out is because if you back out to a 2-hour, you're just going like this. That's a lot of liquidity in here. So if this gets some pretty good price action on the way up, that can be pretty good. If you can remain here for a minute and then just boom to the upside, unless you have enough liquidity now. But this would say pointing straight up means probably difficult to short at this moment. But I think if it created good structure, I would be happier with that. And that would be an easy way to make a decision, right? The 2-hour comes down, the 2-hour crosses up. The 2-hour comes down, the 2-hour crosses up. It'd be pretty easy to make a decision and then just manage a trade. What do you think, Justin? I want to hear what you think about it. Yeah, I think you're still waiting for that little right shoulder, but I mean, this could be enough. I mean, it's just, you know, these little charts, they can do funky things, and little day traders will say like, oh, this is something to look at, because they're probably looking at, like they're looking for the retest, right? We just broke this little retest, then we break down again. So that's the other side. You're going to see that on the minute chart. See how we we touch, now we break down. It could happen. I'm just waiting to see if the 5-minute can curl down, right? 5-minute curls down. Show me some reason that this could bounce today. Show me some reason. There's not any reason besides I'm outside of a weekly expected move very early on in the week. That is a pretty big reason, by the way. If I get 2 more, maybe not on a 5-minute chart. I want to see it on the 30-minute for the most part, but I think this could V-shape in some way. So I want to see if someone bets some big money behind this if we drop again. 5-minute failed for IWM. Chugging some coffee the last little bit, you know. Man, look at that daily expected move. I swear, if one of you guys took a YOLO call for the daily expected move to get back in there, oh God. I'm gonna give you one of these to the face. Where's the hands at? I'll give you one of these. If you took this call up here for a 0 DTE, I'm punching you. If you go to weekly expected move early in the week, how likely is it that we make it to the other weekly expected move? It can happen. So the percentages are 75% of the time you're going to hit one weekly expected move. One side. I did. Hey, tell me how to say your name. I want to be able to say your name. And I also want to know what language that is, because I have Japanese on my arm. I have a Japanese tattoo. It says just one drink, you know? Like when you go out with your buddy and you're like, we're just going to have one drink, and then you come home trashed. That's what my tattoo pretty much is. And my friends that live in Japan showed it to all their Japanese friends. They thought it was hilarious. In full disclosure, I bought TQQQ at 74. Well, did you just buy it? Because here's the thing. Immediately, your risk on that is 3 times higher than a regular ETF, right? 3 times higher. But if you did an option with it, then it's like 300 times higher. You know, Greg? So I wouldn't hate on you for it. But this is this is a get rich quick kind of decision, right? If you're patient longer, you're going to figure out a lot more of what's going on down here. We're still at risk that this could be a major top, right? So we do have that structure from the SPY and the Qs. It's just that doesn't seem the most probable, but we still have to make sure that the structure is telling us it is going to get a bounce, telling us something. Just for a day trade. So a little snapback. Qs were rough, dude. Qs were rough. Like what was it, three something? Like, it was more than that. It was, the low was like 3.6. That's rough. Okay, 5 minute, you don't want to load for me? See, I think people are gonna go, oh, now we're gonna go fill this gap, and I think day traders will think that, and then you're just gonna like maybe base out. But if we don't give the turnaround, little different story. So I'm gonna get some orders ready just in case, but I don't no, I shouldn't be doing it that fast. I gotta wait a couple of days. The best moment to probably make a decision will be Tuesday afternoon. Oh, Korea? Ga? I've been watching, we've been watching Singles Inferno came out. Great show. Fantastic show. Absolutely love it. Enough to buy my wife dinner. Videos drill, baby, drill. First day trade in years. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh, baby. This is fun. It's fun because we made the right decisions, right? This is where you just appreciate your decision making. Now you can see the trader in me is going like, God, I want to buy something, but I'm like, it's probably smarter to wait. Yeah, the move's already made, Kalani. We got to be paying a little bit more attention to futures, a little bit more attention to dark pools, unfortunately. If dark pool trading is more than lit trading, then you got to pay attention to dark pool, which is unfortunate. By the way, congratulations on 11K. Oh, did we hit it, Jeff? Awesome. Hey, thank you guys. Get a bunch of clappy hands in the chat. If you're not clapping seriously in person, then I'm disappointed in you. Good job. Thank you guys so much for 11K. That's so awesome. I mean, in the first month, we're up by 1,000 subs. That's amazing. Wow, NVIDIA 16%. Unbelievable. Believe it. Naruto. Believe it. Yeah, they don't want, they didn't want retail to be able to participate. That's usually what a big gap means. They just, this is a rug pull. They rug pulled you after the squeeze. They convinced you to get really, really bullish. And then we pointed that out and we said, this is exactly where you shouldn't be getting really, really bullish. You should be looking for the pullbacks. And then the pullback ended up being a bad news little rug pull. This is Black Swan for NVIDIA. It genuinely actually is. It kind of is. It kind of is. I would say more so like for TSM, actually. I think the structure on TSM is really bad, actually. Like, I could look at TSM in 2 months, and I'll probably not be surprised if it is down another 30%. IWM, you want to look at that real quick, Marcus? I got you. Let's go look at IWM. Just note the levels aren't going to be correct. We'll update those tomorrow. 5-minute double dip. You are weirdly getting this weird little divergence here on the RSI. I don't think I want to read into that too much. I want to see the 30-minute. Yeah, 30 minutes seriously dropping. You're at risk of a double top. You were trying to violate that. Now it's coming to the bottom. Man, this is some rip around moves for IWM. Which means the 2-hour is dropping. That's some serious seller pressure there. They could be tapped out, though. Could be a tapped out little signal there. We'll see. It's still holding well. But this is fine. Let it do what it wants to do. Let people, like, really think of it this way, too. I don't want to try to make a decision while everyone's scared and confused. I want everyone to be leaning in a certain direction and then see if they're going to be right or wrong. Right? Like, if I think about it seriously, everyone's scared this morning. Everyone's confused this morning. Everyone's asking questions, right? We're getting a ton of questions in the chat. Like, what's up with this? What's up with that? What's up with this? I need to wait till everyone thinks they know what's going to happen. And then I start really looking at, hey, okay, what is going to happen? Did Jensen really lose thousands of Lambos? Did he? Do you think he did? Do you think he did? Let me see something here. Because let's see here. Remember when we pulled up these SEC filings? Do you think Jensen lost a ton of money in this downward move? Because that's a lot of Jensen. And those orders are not small. That's all Jensen. Back over the summer. Remember how we were saying he was really selling going into the fall? So, I think he probably saved himself more than he hurt himself. Now, that was a long time ago. The stock technically has been a little bit up from there. But I think he knows, and he knows if he would have been selling like last month and everyone saw that, and he was selling, you know, hundreds of millions of stock, there's a reason that he did little sells, you know, once a week of 25 million to 30 million every single time. He doesn't want people to fully be reading into it. NVIDIA is vomiting. Now, he probably did still lose an amount of money. Like, he probably still has stock, you know, but, you know, we've been saying for the past, well, over the summer, what was our big topic for NVIDIA? Something bad's probably going to happen to NVIDIA eventually. I mean, it has the most insider selling of all time. 10 inches of snow in New Orleans? Wait, last week for the first time, that high in 100 years was wonderful for a day. Happy it's gone now. Yeah, you will be. Yeah. I don't know. Unless you really like snow. I hate the snow. I really hate the snow, to be totally honest. I do not like it. That's just me. The fist is there to punch you in the face if you took a call this morning. Unless you sold that, you know, once you saw things going a little bit rejection here at the weekly. But you little day traders out there. VIX back up. Let's go check. We're going to keep an eye on VIX. Hey, that's pretty good. Still remaining there. I like that. All right, so for volatility, something that'll give us a great hint. Weirdly enough, is going to be the 15-minute. All right, 15-minute I think can give us a great hint here. So I'm going to keep it on that. We're going to keep an eye on it. You have exceeded here, okay, but overall might be a higher low. Then we see that turn up one more time. Ooh, what if that takes off through the sky? Hey, there you go, black swan. Remember, this thing can be a crash moment. The more probable thing is you're going to do this and fail. That's the more probable thing at this point. Doesn't mean the more probable thing always plays out. I would be rich as balls if that happened. Because all I pay attention to is the most probable thing. Okay, Greg, what's NVIDIA's next move? Let's see. Let's look at this on the daily. Let's see if I can Greg this. This is going to be a Wyckoff distribution. To speak in Elliott wave terms for Greg, this is a 1, 2, 3. We are probably going to get a reaction retest of 130 to 135 and then see the fifth wave. So this will be your wave 4. This will be a wave 5. I know nothing about Elliott wave, so do not take any of that information that you just heard into consideration. So gap fill looks like the target as of now. We'll see what happens from there. And you most likely will get some people that are trying to catch a falling knife, which is what this would look like at this point. Gap fill 118. And then you're looking for, hey, can this thing whip back around? This thing's got to whip back around fast. TSM's not saying it's whipping back around. This is not saying it's whipping back around. This is going to be difficult. You're going to have to shake off all of that bad news fast. That's going to be really hard to do. I would 100% say if I'm just buying this right now, if I'm taking an option, more so option, I would say that's a falling knife. Yeah, you're just praying for a snapback. You're closing, like, shit, man. You're losing the 200. You're kind of going past the gap. I think this is where it wants to see support. This is where you got a shot. Man, you keep going lower than that. I'm pretty worried about NVIDIA going all the way back down to 9563. Actually. Probably a big zone down here. I think it'll catch something. I think something will go on here. You do remember NVIDIA's the one that had weekly divergence back there too. We should have Greg that's what I was saying. IYC, man. I was like, yeah, we'll just have him do a Elliott wave theory section during the live show. I'd love to do that. I do some technicals with you guys in the morning. We have someone take over for 2 hours to give you a different side of things. We have someone that takes over for maybe during lunchtime. We do like a someone who just reports on news that they see as the thing people are paying attention to. Hey, we're tagging the 50. Hey, that's good. Might have something there. We'll see. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And then in the afternoon, we get someone crazy for the close. I think that'd be sick. That'd be a sick-ass team. Hey, look at Ford? Yeah, we can go look at Ford real quick. F for Ford. That's a 15-minute. We don't care about that. This is actually pretty good. See how this is really like solidified? Like, yeah, I am a higher low. Just a big move out the gate, though. Unfortunate there. Overbought on the 30-minute. This is kind of where the breakdown is in this general area. I think you could go a little bit higher, like 1035, but that would be very minor. So for this, I still would like a better 30-minute pullback, just like the last time. It's just this was very, very fast. 2 hours trying to confirm up now. I think before you can beat this high and go make a new one, I think you'll still need some kind of consolidation, like some kind of little handle, something. But we know Ford had the 2 hour divergence at the low. Didn't it have daily divergence as well or something? Yeah, it shows up on the daily on the RSI. So we were looking for that snapback. Hey, we went there. That's great. This is probably where I said. The next point I'd pay attention to is 1073. If you can get to 1073, back off for a moment, that would be where I think you solidify maybe the next higher low. Doesn't look bad, though. I don't think it looks like totally terrible. You might even have weekly divergence here. Yeah, you have weekly divergence, so Ford could be getting a little uptick here soon. It means to me, this is potentially saying, hey, this might be a good one to invest in for a little bit of time. And I think it pays, right? Doesn't Ford pay a dividend, or did they stop doing that? Dividend, 5.9%. You have a weekly divergence signal. It's telling me, like, if I wanted one that was potentially a higher reward play for a little bit of growth and I can make some dividend money, maybe I'll hold on to Ford for 6 months to a year. I'm unsubscribing today. That's why it interests me, that's all. Wait, you're unsubscribing today? No. Greg, we like to bounce it off you for fun. You don't have to comment to people that are asking you stuff, man. You don't want to. I think it's fun for you to come in and just say that. And I maybe I've paid too much attention to it. I don't want you to feel bad in any way. You know, I want you to have fun while you're here. But, hey. You want to unsub, it's fine. It's fine. Just leave me like all the other girls did. What happened to Apple? Well, people like that area to buy, right? And a lot of money just flowed out of NVIDIA. So now people are going, well, Apple's going to come back. So I think it's just money flowed out of NVIDIA and other stocks, and they go, hey, at least Apple's cheap. Let's sit our money there and see what happens. They probably will have good earnings, is what they're probably thinking. Or they know something that we don't. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're really thinking about it, if Apple's performing in any way, like if we're just thinking kind of common sense, like if Apple's able to perform in any way, then you would say, oh, it's at cheaper prices, NVIDIA's experiencing bad, money's probably flowing into it. Not bad. I think that as we keep going higher here, you're just noticing how this is the buying you really needed. I think this is the buying like pattern you really needed. You needed a good amount of buying, right? This is great. And now it's like, hey, I might not even go make some kind of floor down here anymore. I'm probably not, like, it's kind of telling me I might not even go reach down for those prices. I might just use the 5 on the way up to go to higher levels. Then you got to watch out for earnings. So Good stuff. DIA holding up really, really well. Oh, huge support came in here. Whoa, that's weird. And you have a Head and Shoulders. And that's about to prove right now? That's about to try to prove itself now. This little thing here is trying to prove right now. That's wild. DIA looking decent. Wow. Maybe we do need to look at the SPY a little bit closer here. The divergence point, I think, would be here, but also it'd be here for the RSI. Technically here for the MACD, so we'll see how this goes. No more fisting. We're done with that. Solid. Thank you to you guys being like, I'm gonna take that volatility signal, because that's what convinced me. I was like, yeah, I can take a little bit with you. Why not? If tech is being smashed, people will rotate to manufacturing. Yeah, that's kind of facts. There's probably some more safety stuff going on over there. They just see things as a better opportunity in the industrials. So, yeah, a lot of money outflowed from NVIDIA and stuff there, so we'll probably see more. Other things that look like they've been beat up for a while, like oil. I think U.S. oil, I'd still be paying attention to this. Still be watching it. It's holding that divergence point. I'm wondering if this is going to be some kind of massive thing. Going down to the level where you want to make that right shoulder. Support comes in for a moment. Oil starts to tick up. Then maybe oil makes a lower high. See, the risk is, like, this is just going to be some 30-minute move, though. The risk is it's like, then it goes. Leads into, like, Wednesday. And really, the risk could be even worse. This is pretty bad. Pretty bad for trying to make a base in some way. Wonder how expensive things are. Let's go look. PCC at 1.0. Dollar starting to trail up. Interesting. Oh no, 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 no. Team. Let's see, daily, that'd mean 620 in February, maybe 2-hour extended move here. Probably not going to see an equal move. Yeah, 630. What does that look like? Interesting. Really going to pay attention if we get any kind of basing out signal here. That would be rejection. It would technically be a divergence. Retest the breakout. Yeah, this could be some kind of 30-minute floor now. Probably want to give it more time, though. Do I think there's enough to really take a trade setup with it? I don't really like taking something based on a 5-minute chart, so. But we kind of looked at that, played out how it should. That's good. Now we do have a point of divergence saying the 30-minute could turn up if we start to see positivity here. That could just be a snapback reaction, right? We could just go sideways. GME is still the 2-hour drop, right? We're still looking for that 2-hour to drop, I think, now. The rejection here, kind of bad. So 2-hour drops. Maybe it'll make something on the 30-minute for you by the end of the week. AMC just holding the floor. Interesting. The GME, I'm still looking for this. Yeah, the 2 hour for GME says I can be really bad, or I could make a floor. Right? This is not a big expected move, okay? So the likelihood to make a floor is pretty good, making a lower low. Double check here. 26. That means something around 26 where I'll be looking. What's at 26? The lows. Okay. And we got to be aware of a left shoulder or right shoulder. Yeah, this is looking pretty decent. You know, looks really bad, but you see how it could turn into something good, and that's what we like to point out. How it could turn into something good. Right now it looks like downside. Oof, that 30 minutes beat up. Yeah, people are in those puts, man. XLU dropping. All right, let's go to the SPY. Let's look at that 5 minute again and just chill for a bit. Make sure this is rejecting. And then over here, I still want volatility. Volatility not confirming the next move higher yet, which is good for the SPY for now. Yeah, Nikkei is going to be screwed. I mean, they're raising rates. It hasn't happened in a long time, so. But it's more like, what's the exposure? And thank you, Orzabek, for subscribing. But it's more like, what's the exposure to American assets, like to the West? And I think part of that is why you're seeing a big drop. I genuinely think part of that is why you're seeing a big drop. And it's just that mixed with the bad news for AI chip stock. It's just not good. Coffee. Still looking for the 2 hour pullback now. You're definitely looking for the 2 hour pullback now. I mean, look at your RSI. That's just down. I think the 2 hour pullback would be nice. You're not seeing that good closing below this and the 5, but I think you're looking for coffee to go down towards 333, 50, 333. Mohammed, thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate you being here, buddy. I think that'd be good. You know? It's kind of like, hey, we built up to these levels. Now we built up to here, so a little bit of resistance, and then we see buyers step in, and then coffee starts to move up. That would be nice. How this looks overall on the 4 hour chart, really high up there, so it could be a little uglier. But that, and uglier means, you know, still leaning more towards 333. But we'll see. And then it has to hold up, right? It has to be able to prove that that's a bottom in some way. It's not just, hey, we get there and then it has to go up. It has to be, it goes down to here, buyers make a decision, they turn that momentum back up, and then you go, okay, buyers made that decision and turned momentum back up, and then you ride that wave, you know? So you got to make sure that that's all happening. You can't just see it hit a price and take a trade, unless you do things way differently than me. Salud from Lima, Peru. Yeah, this is trying really hard. My buddy actually did a dental, like a school missionary trip, and he was like he was gonna become a dentist, and he like did stuff in Peru. So welcome, Kelvin. Thanks for being here. I don't know if we've ever had someone from Peru, or at least they haven't told us they are. Really mess with people, FOMC, move up on FOMC. That's probably the most likely thing, but we'll see. Like psychologically, it makes sense for them to get selling, you know, shorts for another couple of days here. Good reminder about weekly divergence on NVIDIA. Yeah, it's good to point out, isn't it? Laughing Buddha, it's good to point out because you're going, okay, well, we were kind of warned about this weakness, but you never know what the story's going to be. With technical analysis, you're just like, why are big people that are holding big positions, starting to sell on the weekly chart, right? That's some big selling. We know that retail keeps piling in. So and then we look at the SEC filings and we go, wow, insiders have been, the CEO of the company has sold hundreds and hundreds of millions of stock. Why? Actually from Texas on vacation here in Lima. Oh, that's dope. Yeah, I appreciate that, Kelvin. I hope you're having a good trip down there in Texas. You can say what's up to my brother for me. He's in Austin. He just moved there about, what, 2 years ago? And he works at a fine dining restaurant. He's like, oh my gosh, my brother. He's such an interesting guy. He like made a, career and like just out of service, and I thought that was amazing. I don't know which one. I'll have to ask him, but he does like the high-end banquets and stuff, but he knows, like, he's one of those guys that just knows like everything about the food. His buddy is actually like a top chef. They got the restaurant he's at, they got a honorable mention for Michelin or whatever. You live in Austin? Let me text him real quick. I'll find out for you. You can go tell him, hey. See if he's there. He's usually there. Oh, 100%. I'm with you, Willow. Currently it's cool, but I can't hear you. But could you do some, please tell me what I should do with the NVIDIA crash 17%? I can't tell you what to do, right? It's all based on decision making, right? It just depends. I mean, it depends on a lot of things, and that's why a lot of, that's why it's technically like, hey, I can't really tell you what to do unless I'm a financial advisor. Why do you not want to do something that someone on the internet just tells you to do? And why is that overall a bad thing? It's because at the end of the day, it's because of the lack of information that person has. Like, if you think about it very seriously. I don't know when you bought it. I don't know how much money you bought it at. I don't know your risk threshold. I don't know if you're doing options. I don't know if you're planning to hold this for a certain amount of time. I don't know if you're a long-term holder. I don't know if, there's a lot of that going on. And so that's why we don't do that here on the internet. We teach you, hey, the decision making is overall what we went over on the last few days. And so now you potentially have to make a decision. I can talk about NVIDIA and tell you, hey, this thing's beat up. It has 5-minute divergence. It could see a 30-minute reaction, but the daily chart just crossed into negative territory. So am I going to be buying calls on NVIDIA? No, which means I think there's more risk to be going down than up. I think there's more risk it needs to base out in some way. I think this is a great level to react to. And I think this could end up whipping back to the upside, but it's curling down, so I can't risk money behind it, right? If anything, you're like, wow, some bad stuff are happening up here, and now we're extremely down, so retests could push us down lower. Retests could push us down lower, right? You have weekly divergence signals telling you what? This means that the monthly is likely to curl down. Look at that monthly. So if I was looking at this from an investment standpoint, I'd be like, yeah, we've been saying pretty much the whole time for NVIDIA, this crosses up. Oh, the weekly crossed up again, more upside. Now once you start to get to here, you go, okay, that's pretty cooked on the monthly, Then we made weekly divergence and we go, that's when you watch out. And NVIDIA might be starting the downfall here. We'll see. We've seen crazy things, though. Don't think it can't snap back, right? This would be a terrible close in 4 days, but you have 4 days left. Exactly, Jeffrey, I like this actually. I mean, honestly, once the tech stocks start reporting good numbers, this will be overblown and everything will start going up. Exactly, that's all that has to happen. Now, we don't know that that's going to happen. The numbers could come out bad. We could see a bad reaction. But that's why we're just paying attention and going, yeah, this thing can get saved in some way. If it doesn't, then we're not going to see things turn back up. We're not going to see this 2-hour turn back up into positive territory. That's the main thing. If this is going to be bad for the SPY and bad for other stocks, then you are not going to see this 2-hour be able to cross back up. I mean, look where your 9 is right now. Do you know how much work that's going to take just to cross back up? You pretty much got a gap fill today. So you're probably waiting for this to catch up now. And you're going to see that 9 get closer. We're going to actually base out and then curl back above the 9. That's your best shot of curling up this, I think. I think right now, this, not really the thing. Let's see about something real quick here. I'm going to go check on earnings reporting. Calendar, let's go Tuesday. Starbucks and stuff like that. I'm looking for bigger names. I know Starbucks can be a big name, but Wednesday, T-Mobile, Progressive, ADP, MSCI, the NASDAQ. That's on Wednesday. And then you start to get into the Tesla. So the big day is going to be is Thursday, correct? Am I wrong? Why does that still say Wednesday? Oh, that's Wednesday continued. After the close Wednesday, Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, IBM. Wolf actually reports on Wednesday. That makes sense. That's probably why the implied volatility jumped there. So that's Wednesday after the close. Before the open, we get UPS on Thursday, MasterCard, Caterpillar, the Dow Chemical. And then after the close, we will get, it says on Thursday, but Apple technically says Friday. I want to look at this. Thursday night, yeah. So Thursday night, you'll get Apple, Intel, Visa, probably a bunch of others that I'm missing here, but I'm just kind of looking through quickly. Then in the morning, Exxon, AbbVie, Chevron, some oil stuff. Then after the close, none on Friday. So we got some, I think, what is it? Wednesday and Thursday, gonna be some big days there. Let's do this. Let's see what this thing's catching here. Let's do a 2 hour. Let's see if it can do that. Okay, so here's what that thing's saying, by the way. Where's and Greg, I'm just bouncing this off you just because, but you don't have to say anything. But I just wanted to show it to you real quick from that program. That program on the 2 hour chart has this. A 1, 2, 3, 4, and then your wave 5. I just don't know enough to actually analyze that. Is there another crash tonight? It could be. I'm not risking money right now. I sold all of my longs at the top. We hit target, right? We made the plan, executed the plan. A lot of people swear by these apps. I'm not going to use it for trading. I just wondered how correct you were seeing it. I trust a real person like you, Greg. You know, I know. I like to hear someone who's willing to speak their mind, not just an app that's showing me something. Yeah, email. There's a email in the about section of my channel. I don't even trust myself. Hey, been there, man. I get you. There's a chance for a gap ups Wednesday, Thursday. I mean, dude, if you get good earnings, you could start to move up. I don't think they want to see much more gaps. I think you can see gaps in individual stocks, but I think they're going to start to do those like gap fill then go type behavior. I don't think they want to leave behind gaps because you keep having to fill these. I think the gaps to the upside probably end up getting filled, I'd say in the next month. Jeff's thinking it's too big. What they want to see and what they're gonna get gonna be two different things. YOLO, baby. Yeah, he's like, I'm targeting that upward expected move for this week. I don't think we go to the upward expected move this week. I think there's going to be confusion in the first 3 days, and then we're going to start to see which direction the market overall chooses. But yeah, Jack, send me an email, buddy. shoot me an email real quick. I'll try to check that out today. Hey, thank you to Nicholas and OG Mac. Thank you guys for joining the Patreon this morning. Very, very nice. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're trying to stay on. I'm trying to stay on as long as I can here for a bit. And I'm going to pull this over so I can look at other stuff. I need to get weekly expected moves up for today's Patreon video. Wait, what? Yeah, this is my trading layout. Okay. Nav, you might be right with that. I'm not the most successful person with straddles. I've made money with them before. I'm kind of like broke even with them before. I'm just a classic like, hey, I think this is going to go up. Hey, I get a signal that proves it's going to go up. Hey, I have 3 to 5 reasons to take calls. Okay, I take calls. We don't see that yet. We're still looking at these little 30-minute moves and going, is this thing based now? I think it's trying to. It looks like it's going to try to attempt it. It's just the 30 minutes going negative, so I think you're going to have to see some kind of... I think this would make more sense to see the higher low. What was it like? It was kind of like where's the move here? Gap, you go down. I think it was this one. I think it's like kind of like this, like where you kind of mess around down here. I think it'll just be a little bit quicker, and you're gonna see something like that. That's just what I think, though. I gotta see if it's proven before I risk money, right? Who cares what I think? You care if the scenario plays out. IWM swinging like Tarzan, facts. We're gonna check D-Nut because I just like that ticker. And I like Krispy Kreme. I don't mind Krispy Kreme. I haven't eaten it in a long time, but gosh, man, I want some. Daily, no real diversions here either. I'd be hesitant to say that this is a for sure bottom. I would look for that reaction to this level now, 971, and see if that actually can hold that. And then you want to see if it can build up to here, maybe a little higher. If it can go higher than that, you're looking for something like this, right? And then you got to watch out for earnings. If that's going to go lower, pretty simple. The 2 hour just has to cross down. Pretty rounded though, so the 2 hour crossing down could be higher low. This is a great level to react to. It'd be a great level to see a 30-minute pullback, just a really brief one. See that chunk in there? We kind of got excited, got above it. Hey, that's good overall. You see that move? It means the buying pressure is good. All right, let's see if that can do just a brief little thing like this and then curl up, kind of give you that little bit of a, hey, I'm going to dip down for some buyers. If that 30-minute can curl up, pretty happy that it continues. I'd be more watching out for that 960, 970 area. If you can react all the way up to $10, I think that's great. I think you're going to make series of higher lows. Just got to make sure those hold. For the big earnings to learn it before taking any action this week. I think that's a great idea, Nat. Nat, I think that's a great idea. You're seeing this and you're going, wow, this is a crazy move. I need to figure out how to actually trade this damn thing. Why did we take profit at the top? And I think a lot of that can be really understood well by just taking that course. And then also, it's a great time to do it too, Nat, because you can come back to the live show and ask me questions. I am more than happy to answer those. Okay, Nat? And if that's your cat in there, cute kitty. I like it. I'm thinking about switching to being a cat guy for a few years. After all these big dogs, I kind of just want a little cat. But yeah, I think that is a very mature decision. To see the craziness and you're going, man, this thing is crazy. Instead of me getting crazy with everyone, let me try to learn a little bit. And I think that's great. Netflix, you want to look at that? Yeah, let's go look at Netflix real quick. Check on volatility. Probably another little move down to 1683, but let's go look over at Netflix real quick. Responder, thank you so much for joining us today. Where the heck is my Netflix? There it is. Netflix overall, pretty sideways. That's a 15-minute. We don't like that. 30-minute curls up, good things. Now we have to realize that there's some weakness coming into the market. This has a gap below it. This could be a serious 2-hour move down. So I think if that 30-minute flashes to the upside, that might be all you get. And then the 2-hour is going to actually pull back probably, I want to say, decently aggressive. You never retested the zone, but I don't think you get there. I think you're looking in here now. I think you're looking at about 930, 920, right? 930. Now you have to realize this. This is one thing about gaps, right? There was no price action in here to hold you up intraday, so you can make a move that just flashes down to go get that. So what I'd really be paying attention to is I don't really care about price. If it wants to go sideways, whatever. I just want to see that 2-hour get some room to prove to me, hey, there is some reward possible. Because if it just curls like this for a little bit and curls down for a brief moment and then curls up, hey, that could be just a quick trap. So I want this to really go sideways for a long time. Or I want this to go down in some way and then curl back up. Give me that good risk to reward. I'm not saying any of that. Nope. I am not saying anything about what people should do buying or selling. No thank you. I am saying that our plan was, hey, this is going to make a higher low. And now we're just being patient, waiting to see if we see structure that says, hey, this is a high probable higher low. That's all we're doing. You got to be patient. You can't be losing your mind on days like this. This is just where you calmly sit and you go, hey, this is actually a great thing. You're outside of the weekly move. What does that mean? That means the probability of seeing a setup here, if this is, you know, most probable to be a higher low, which it is at this point based on your signals. Okay, if that's the probability, it's like, hey, yeah, I'm highly probable to create a higher low. All I have to do is make sure that's proven, and we're already outside of the weekly expected move. So any way that's proven, hey, if it proves like this and it goes like this and you make a new higher low a little bit there, and then it curls up and you go, oh, this is great, then we just have to manage our trade, right? We're very confident with managing our trades. The scary part for this right now is you've gotten that test of the weekly and you've technically rejected. That's the only thing that should really be scaring you here. Your daily's not crossed over. It looks awful for NVIDIA. NVIDIA most likely will see. We'll see if some kind of buyers step in there, but forget about NVIDIA. The broader market actually did participate in this move. So this hasn't crossed. This hasn't even crossed. It's kissing. It's kissing, but not crossed yet. So we got some time. I'd say probably Tuesday afternoon is when I'll be making a decision. And that might be a decision of sitting on my hands, like right now. Show a fast method of what I do in the first 15 minutes. For today, the first 15 minutes, I immediately sold my volatility calls. I held on to one, saw that react back in. You saw me go back over to my computer a little bit ago. Sold those too. I sold all of my volatility calls. That was the first thing. Now the second thing is, let me take a step back and just remember, because this is aggressive, it can make my emotional side come out. Let me just sit back and think to myself, what was the plan for this week? Hey, an aggressive 2-hour pullback is the most probable thing. Okay, or some kind of 2-hour pullback is the most probable thing. Hey, it's aggressive. Let me not let it make me emotional. 2 hours still in a positive trend. If that curls up, what's very likely to happen? Test the high, go make a new one. So I'm going to pay attention right here if there's any kind of setup. As we are outside of the weekly expected move on a Monday, you have a lot of time to get back into that move by Friday. So I'm going to sit. I'm going to be patient, and I'm going to wait. And I'm going to go, okay, the market likes to top on good news. Not bad news, good news. So what if this week we get a pause and people lose their mind? We get a cut and people lose their mind. We get good earnings and people lose their mind. Oh, great news, great news, great news. Sell that news. Could be coming. We'll see. Grab a notebook and watch for a month to take notes. You'll learn exactly what's in his course, or just buy his courses. Yeah, it can take you a long time. Really, the course is just there, and we make it cheap so you can really learn this stuff. Some people need it cut and dry. I've had people who tried to just watch my videos and tried to trade for a long time, and then they come back like, you know, 3 months later, and they go, all right, that's it, I'm buying the course, it's on the Christmas sale. They buy the course, and then they send me an email and they go, you wouldn't be how surprising. Like some people are able to figure it out, but there are some things we say in the course that are different from here. And yeah, that guy came back and he was just like, yeah, once I took the course, it's like I had all the information, I was taking it in, but it just cleaned it up. It made it clear. And that's kind of what I like to do. I like to just say, hey, it's clear. Well, it's just like that, Embrew, and it's like you can't just take a course and then be like, okay, now I'm going to be good, right? You have to see it implemented, and that's what we try to show off in live video. Yeah, exactly, Embrew. It's to make you so these are very clear, right? Everything we talk about is clear. Like you understand exactly what I'm saying about the weekly expected move. Maybe just because of the bell curve part of the course where we discuss what the weekly expected moves are, you know, what data points we use to calculate it, right? And like I said, if you don't want to join the page, you want to make your own weekly expected moves, hey, we give you a way to do that in the course. That's very easy. And really, if you want to make your weekly expected moves, all you need is a ticker, the stock price, the implied volatility, days to expiration, the expected move, and then you'll get the upside, or the days to expiration, and then you can do it all. You can type it in on Google and do it yourself now. There's a learning curve to it, just like there's a learning curve in everything to do with stocks, pretty much. There's a little learning curve. You want to go try it for yourself? Hey, that's fine. You might want to do a stock that I do and make sure that you're probably joining the Patreon for like at least a month just to make sure you're like, okay, are my levels good for all of the stocks that he's covering? All right, let me make sure. All right, I can calculate it on my own. Yeah, I'm never going to try to handcuff you. I'm just like, do the work. I'm not going to do the work for you. If you ask me how to calculate weekly expected moves, I'm going to tell you what to use. That's fine, but I'm going to tell you, look it up, and it might take a learning curve. That's all. Yeah. Go check it out. Go try it. I encourage you to try it. I think that's awesome. You're trying to move forward. You're trying to do something that's good for yourself. I think that's great. I'm just telling you, it took me a few months of playing with implied volatility to figure out when to actually make it, how to make it, what price to use, and all those kinds of things. So it took me some time. But I just literally 30 seconds ago, I just gave you more information than any other person that like tries to do some kind of weekly expected move membership. I just gave you more information than all of them. I told you the calculation. I told you the numbers you need. You could literally pause right now, go back 30 seconds, take a little, you know, film that part of the video, listen to that over and over again, go look up that info, try to make your own moves. But there's a little bit more to it than that. BA, I mean, if you're looking at this, you're just going, okay, I mean, the 30 minutes still at the 5. We're coming into an area where it gets interesting. Looks like we could have a curl up. I mean, there is still risk that the 2 hour is crossing here. This could not be done. Right? This is where weekly expected moves will help you more in making a decision. What I would say is like, yeah, if the 30 minute curled back up, that's not a good thing for puts. But the 2 hour is just confirming down, so it's just management of the trade, right? This is actually what we teach in the course, right? You've probably seen it sometimes during the live show. I mean, this is just management of the trade, right? So if you really want to know like what you would do to react here, or what I would do, it's down in the description. After this week, the course will go from $100 to $400. So if you really want to get it, probably be this week. Dow is up now. Yeah, we're seeing some rotation to the Dow. It looks like the Dow's looking pretty good. That's why I'm still not convinced that this is some kind of crash just yet. We'll see how earnings go. Bitcoin. Yeah, let's go check on Bitcoin. I'm down to check on the I'm down to check on the corn. Ew. 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 That's really bad. That's not good. So now you're at risk that there was some big sellers up here, and these were just traps. Now, you still want to pay attention if that's able to, bam, right? This is still very positive. But you could really see the divergence across, right? This is the scary thing, which is, oh, let me zoom out on this for a long time. That's not good. You held the divergence point from here too. So you held this divergence point and you're down from that. So you've triple divergence on the MACD, triple divergence on the RSI. You can even see the MACD, you're holding that one. So this is really bad look for Bitcoin. Really bad look. But Bitcoin does crazy shit. So like, let me just not beat around the bush here. If that 4 hour curls up, all this could be like what? Maybe just like some kind of very volatile consolidation. This probably played out already. TA is going to be the best. TA, what I like to say is if you're really green, starting with swing trading just to like dip your toes in is good. It's really cheap. It's 50 bucks. Getting both is probably the best because you're just going to be looking at charts, talking with me the whole time through the videos, and I think that's great. But the TA, if you have a good brain, if you've looked at stocks for a while, you can do the full technical analysis course. And that's the one that can really teach it, and you can put together swing trading. But it's just if you're pretty green, swing trading is what I would suggest, like first, just to make sure like you know basic things. Because like here, Emerald, look at this, bam, bam. What's it? What's that from? It's from like Step Brothers. That guy's from Kansas, actually, if the guy from Step Brothers. You look at MSTR, yeah, I think MSTR is screwed. Like I said, this is I don't think when I say it's screwed, I mean in the future we're gonna look back and someone in 10 years is gonna be talking about the fraudulent behavior of MSTR. You've probably seen, if you haven't seen, I'll show you some stuff. You know how over the summer, we were calling out, as people were looking at, or in the fall, people were calling out MSTR, and I said, I will never put $1 into MSTR. They are probably going to end up being a fraudulent company in some way. I don't trust it. I said, and then a lot of people and myself saying, I think it's just a Ponzi scheme, and that's why they're doing stuff with Bitcoin to get people all excited. That's what I truly think, just so you're aware of my thinking before I even break it down. If that daily crosses over, you're at risk here. All right, we can see something like this. You can go down lower. Where would you be going to? The actual initial breakout area, right? That's a big breakout right there. That was a big breakout. It started this thing. So, yeah, but MSTR, you're probably seeing now on YouTube, a lot of YouTubers are starting to come out and say, oh, MSTR is a Ponzi scheme. We've been saying that for months, pretty much. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. If this daily does cross over, now the technical analysis, we can take this into consideration. We were always saying, hey, watch for, ooh, possible head and shoulders. Okay, tried to play out. Ooh, that's not good. You're about to see something ugly. If this crosses down on the MACD, you beat this low, you're going lower, and you're most likely going down to something like 235, 236. Based on daily signals. This is a high, right? Maybe a low. Lower high, another low. If this is another lower high, you're gonna make a lower low. Now you could pay attention to if that holds up better and then curls. Maybe you see a divergence and MSTR goes up, right? They can fraud people for years. I mean, he did the same thing with Enron. I'm guessing Enron's egg is going to be something that they really pump and then people dump it once they realize it's like probably shit. SMST? Nah, I'm not going to mess with it. The reason you don't want to mess with someone who you think has a high probability of doing fraud is because, okay, a con, we can talk about this with the whole stock market, but a con lasts as long as people are still blinded, as long as you are still, it's kind of like a cult, right? Once you actually see the light and see that you're in a cult, you start to react really badly, but it takes a long time to see that for a lot of people. They're kind of zombified by certain things. They're zombified by money, right? The thing went up, so they're zombified by it. They're zombified by Michael Saylor saying a bunch of smart things, and maybe they don't know that he committed fraud. So a con continues to last until someone sees the truth and believes the truth. That's the thing too, and believes the truth. So even if I'm someone who believes oh, I think they're going to be caught doing fraud in the future. Even if I believe that, if more people believe they're not, or they don't see that, then the stock can go up. That's how con men make money, right? The con can only continue as long as they don't know you're lying, pretty much. It's like a meme coin. Why wouldn't you short it long then? Because I just want to stay away from it. What if, like I said, I don't have a way of seeing if people understand that. And retail is very hard to reason with. If you guys have seen some people come into my chat before, retail can be very hard to reason with. So I am shorting it in a way that I'm like, I'm not willing to long it. I'll tell you what, if a big signal shows up, GTFO, I think Bitcoin could do well, and that's kind of the reason it's like scary to short. I'll tell you, but if a big signal shows up and Bitcoin shows that signal as well at the same time, then I'll try to put my money where my mouth is if I see a signal. Yeah, the risk in me, right? The risk to reward guy, little guy in my head, is just telling me if there's a Ponzi scheme, potential Ponzi scheme, it's kind of like a short squeeze. It's kind of like, it's risky to try to short it because what if the Ponzi scheme continues? Yeah, so if Bitcoin ends up making another upward move, I'm just dead wrong because all they have to do, people just go, oh, they have Bitcoin. If a big signal shows up, I'll try to short it. I'll make weekly expected moves and we'll track that. Christopher, thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, see, good to wait till it hit all-time highs again and short it short term. See, that's more, yeah, so you're thinking more like a trader now. Yeah. So, no, there is a difference in how I talk about something with my thoughts on the company and how they do things versus how the actual charts look. Right now, the charts don't look good, but I don't think there is enough for me to be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put $4,000 behind a short position. I just don't think there's enough. I don't really like to swing short, by the way. That's not something I like to do, right? So how I like to do things, even in a bear market, is I'll see the reversal signal. I take profit on the first push. I don't take the second one. I see the next dip. I don't take this one. And then I see if that makes a basing out, if it's early on in the week, and then I take it the other direction. This is where I'm actually potentially making the next trade. I don't like to swing short because if there's enough bears here, they could just do this really quickly. And I think that's at risk here of seeing like, oh, maybe even go a little lower and then go, oh, and then everyone goes like this. And then that would say, oh, I need to swing short, but I have a weekly expected move lower or a little bit higher there. So I would have to see a daily move outside of here. It just starts to add some risk. So I like to take the second move. I don't like to swing trade downside. For your next move, I'm trying to gauge that out. It depends. It depends a lot on the volatility, right? It depends a lot. In this area, if you were watching this channel, I don't know how long you've been here, but if you look at this, okay, we took a trade here, right? And here, actually, we got back in around here. So this trade only took 3 days. And then we said, okay, weekly expected move, there's risk here. Maybe we'll make a higher low, but most likely this is going to be bear market behavior. And then it did that. It went all the way down, made another divergence. So you notice I didn't take the next down play, but I looked for this play because I was always looking for the lows, right? Then we see a trade set up here. So between take profit, I think I took profit on this. Between take profit and here, you had to wait 9 days. So I waited 9 days, right? And then the trade only took, because it's a sporadic move, the trade only took 3 days again. All right, take profit, weekly expected move again came into play here. And this is where we were more seriously like, are we going to make a higher low or are we going to go to deeper prices? We went to deeper prices, made good structure, and you notice the patience is taking longer on this one as well. So you have patience, 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 boom in here actually. So you had to wait about 8 days. So this was about what, say 1, 2, 3 trades in 30 days. If you want to put it pretty simply, with an average of about 8.5 days in here waiting for the next play. And the reason I didn't short the top is just because I didn't see structure to short the top. These were more Curled down on the 2 hour, bad news right in here, so yeah. So it's nice. When you get 3 solid trades in a month, you're very happy. Now, I was still worried about these drops, so I didn't necessarily take huge trades here, right? 500, I think, dollars here. I think it was $1,000 here. Or no, it's 500 here, 500 here. And then this one, once I saw that back off and get that higher low again, because I managed and then got back in, didn't take the SPY, but had Amazon. Amazon, I was like, that's going to break the flagging, so that was more of a bigger play, sell on the way up. Yeah. But good money every single time, right? Didn't have to risk a lot and still made, like, I would say my just above minimum for the month that I like to make. Just because it's been like that for months, for a couple of months now, because have to downsize positions for risk. It sucks. Possible, but H, I would just say that's kind of a guess. It's a guess. I would say more if I was buying. If someone said they were buying stock, I'd, be like, okay. But to take an option, if you're just taking it for Friday, if you're weighing the risk to reward and say like, oh, okay, for the week, the risk to reward is there. Maybe I'll do a month just to not have too much exposure in case it goes wrong. Maybe, but there's no structure there. There's just no structure here at all. This is just bad. So like I said, I think you're hoping a big buyer comes in and makes a decision, then you get the double dip, and this is what you want to do. It's like, I don't have enough money to force the stock, right? But and I don't know if some rich guy's going to buy it, but if someone does, I can see the pullback and then take an opportunity for this to turn back around. You just have potential bad things because of this, right? NVIDIA was great. We really were following NVIDIA almost to a T. Throughout this, we did not get like one thing wrong. We even said you might make a divergence in the flagging. That was so good. Oh my goodness. I didn't take NVIDIA, but it was awesome. Forecast for the end of February. I want to see the monthly expected moves, CS Soda. I want to see those monthly expected moves. So monthly expected moves are going to come out this weekend. We like to put out a monthly expected moves update video on what we think things are looking like on the macro side of things and what we could pay attention to as far as scenarios go. So if you want to join the Patreon and get that, I would join the Patreon today and give it a try for a month. I just don't think there's too much harm in that because it's $7, costs you a cup of coffee, and then you're just like, okay, cool. Actually, where's Coca-Cola? What's Coca-Cola's... Yeah, it's KO, that's right. Coca-Cola, I think, is interesting. I think this is seeing a comeback. I think this is a super interesting signal, by the way. I was looking at this earlier, and I was like, yeah, I know, I was tracking this. There's the divergence point. There's the double dip. The 2 hour gave you the pullback. Now it's saying upside. I'm going, if I was like, hey, investing-wise for like maybe like a few months, a couple of months, I think Coke maybe makes a move to try to get up to $69. Yeah, I go live every single morning. I'm trying to stay live a little bit longer because I know people are probably a little bit confused right now. And so I just want to make sure to do you guys some good service. You guys have been great. You guys have been liking the videos, sharing the videos, subscribing, and that's fantastic because look at us. We're at 11K, and I think that's great. Yeah, subscriber only. I didn't want people to come in here who are like freaking out and asking me what they should do with their money. I think once they subscribe, it causes them to be here for 5 minutes before they can talk, and that gets them more thinking of what the mentality of our trading is really about. MW Harris, thank you so much for subscribing as well. HSY on the way up. As market sells off, is it a move for defensives? I mean, it could be. As far as Hershey goes, I think this is more the inflation. Well, because, I mean, see, this is where it gets complicated. And I probably have to look at it further, but we'd want to look for potential for like cocoa and things like that. You'd want to be looking into that, what that chart looks like. But I have inclinations here to believe that maybe there's something inflationary going to happen here. It's going to cause the price to go up. But if we just look at technicals very seriously, 2 hour divergence proved it on this bar and this bar, and now you see the gap up above these areas. Hey, that's great. The daily chart, though, is very deep into negative territory. So you could be seeing a snapback to go test 167.73. If you get a big snapback, that'd be great. And then you want to see if you get a higher low. I think that would be best. If it's lackluster and you don't see that target hit, then you might make a little divergence down here on the daily. So it has 2 hour divergence and it saw it pop. And maybe people are rotating into it, especially if they're like, oh, okay, we see some inflation. It has a yield, right? It has a dividend. So there can be multiple reasons, but I just like to look at signals and say, all right, that says the daily is going to potentially curl up here, and you're getting a daily confirmation with the price action, daily confirmation with the signal line. Would like that to be getting above the center line, but that's still good, right? That's still a reason. And then I want the MACD to follow, and then I would say, you know, I'd be watching out for 167, 169, somewhere in there. Luke knows that we need him. No, it's more just like, if someone's really freaking out, if one of my subscribers, like genuinely, there's 11,000 subscribers. If one of those subscribers is willing to click on my live video and they're freaking out, I just want to be able to be like, hey, just calm down. If you're freaking out about this, then we probably made bad decisions last week, right? So let's talk about those decisions. Let's talk about actually helping out your trading by talking about those decisions. Let's not sit here and try to make money really fast. No, you just made a mistake. Let's talk about the mistake. Let's be freaking adults, you know? I used to play against the Hershey soccer team back when I played semi-pro ball. I played against Hershey. It was fun. You're a cool guy. Thank you. Thank you for that instant defense. I really appreciate that. Be more honest, right? I'm just an honest guy. That's it. Try to be honest, and I try to look at everything with just a common sense kind of lens. Yeah, it's like, if you took calls here, then we need to talk about it, okay? And I'm sure there's people who did, and people aren't willing to talk about it. Be willing to talk about it. You're going to fix your trading. And if you don't understand why calls are bad here, that's what we need to figure out. If you made the mistake and you realize it now and you're understanding, I get it. Stick around. Ask some questions, that's fine. But if you thought that this was a good decision, then we need to talk about it. Freak out. Why did I think of freak out? What's that? What's that, like that disco song? Deepseek scenario, you would still need open source models from which other startups can take reference from and build much better on top of it. I mean, if their data is accessible, then ChatGPT, I'm sure they could program to use their data. If it's really open source, then technically, like, ChatGPT and other platforms could use that data. They could look into it. It's just fine. Do I think you're wrong for buying a call on AMD and NVIDIA? Well, tell me your reasons, Courtney. Tell me your reasons. If you have reasons, then I'm gonna back you up. If you have reasons, then I'm gonna back you up. I just need to hear the reasons. Right? And something to understand that you should take away from this is, even if a stock looks like it's not pushing overbought, but you see the indices, you see NVIDIA, you see other stocks, you see Amazon, those things going up to weekly expected moves, you see them with potential 30-minute divergences, you gotta look at your stock and see if it is comparable to something like NVIDIA, to something like the SPY and the Qs. If the Qs are showing reversal signals and the Qs are about to go down for a 2-hour pullback, what's likely to happen for a tech stock in general? Probably a pullback, no matter what the look is. It was oversold past months. NVIDIA thought it would get done momentum with earnings coming up, and it still could, right? It could be just testing the lows. I would just say, if this 30-minute curled up, I'd feel better. If that E wasn't there, I'd actually feel better too. Or sorry, the 2-hour curls up, I'd feel better. 30 minutes just dropping off a cliff. What did you see at the lows that made this happen? The weakness in momentum actually popped up. You see the RSI? Right? That's more of a reason to me. That's a very important reason for me, right? And then you just see higher low, little higher lows in here, all right? Then you see a little potential for double top, or potential for, I would say, I guess, lower high. And you looked at the Qs and you go, wow, the Qs look like they're about to maybe pull back. let me treat that seriously. This has been pretty good money. I just haven't trusted AMD. Now, the daily scale, I think you have a good shot here to reject if this holds up, and you're going to see some upside. Like, right, if this has a good earnings and it's coming down to the lows and it goes like this and you see a buyer step in and that kind of just gets back above all these moving averages before it rotates that down, you're not going to end up down here. If earnings are good, you could end up all the way up here. So we'll look at monthly expected moves as well at the end of the week. Break support and resistance, high volume candle. Yeah, those are, yeah, see, people do it differently, Brian. High volume candle, like a lot of people see breakout moments on low volume and they go, that could be a trap, right? You see a big breakout on super low volume, they go up, well, hold on, that's super low volume. Let me wait a second here, make sure some more volume comes in, you know? Look at Oracle. I think Oracle is cool to look at. What is that, ORCL? Oracle? See, that's bad. That's immediately bad. It's bad. Which my older brother, he's a software engineer, he actually used to do some stuff with Oracle back in the day, back when nobody really talked about him too much. The thing with Oracle that bugs me here is the daily divergence, super obvious, and then the 2-hour move to fake you out. Okay, this right here is the 2-hour move to fake you out and get you trapped. That's what this is. The daily divergence matters 10 times more than this little push right here. And you just see that 2-hour trap now. And then you actually saw, did that confirm down before it actually? No, see, that's unfortunate. So this is like one of the worst kind of traps. And this is where dark pool is really coming into play, I assume. But you had 2-hour divergence right there. You had the 2-hour move here. That ended up turning back down. So what should you expect? Well, downside. Then you go down the low. Hey, we see some buying come in. And this still actually could be a higher low. That's the crazy part. But if the daily starts confirming down, that's bad, right? You have to realize that this is terrible price action. So YOLOing a call on this would be tough. So yeah, this is going to be difficult. You do have a gap right here, right? So you can hope and pray. What I'd be looking for is, do we see like daily divergence and this just snaps back? But this looks really bad. Like this looks like island reversal, right? So that would mean that, ooh, this might get worse. Especially if that crosses down and doesn't make a divergence. That will be bad. We're probably ending up down in here, right? Retest these areas, then I'll be more confident in looking for 2-hour divergences and things. So Oracle, big problem here. Big problem, doesn't have to stop. Not even at bottom Bollinger, right? So this doesn't have to stop, and that's the bad part. It could stop because a big buyer comes in, but that's about it. Same thing could be said right now for the SPY, by the way. Just so you're aware, same thing. Island reversal could be said for the SPY. It's just we're not seeing that absolute flush. If we saw this keep flushing, yeah, I would have said, ooh, yeah, this is getting worse, right? If we would have seen, you know, a bigger move here. It's a big move, but a bigger one with the weekly. Yeah, sorry to talk about that, Maduvada. Sorry about that. Thoughts on calls for SMCI. SMCI you got to be careful with too, because once again, another, what, chip stock? Another one that's just like, hey, 30-minute divergence at the high, drop down, okay, makes sense. 2-hour, can we make a divergence there? Well, we're violating everything in here. That's a big problem. And this one you got to really be careful with, because this one actually had an audit and proved to be very, very bad. You had daily divergence down here too. It's just not, it's violating, right? It's violating, right? You can see the RSI, it's violating that. So the only hope that a lot of these stocks have is we get some great news and investors see that as good news and they go, yes, I'll do it. But now I think they potentially wait till they get some good news with the Fed or good news with earnings. So gotta be patient. Mediva. You're such a diva. All right, let's look at this again. That's pretty flaggy. All right, I don't really like that. I do not like this. We're building liquidity pretty controlled, so that's rough. If you want this to be able to buy up, you probably got to get to this level again. Maybe this. But I think you're more at risk of going like that. I think this will cross, but we'll see. If that crosses, we're okay. We're just waiting. I'm just sitting, waiting, wishing you believe in superstition. This is lower. You're trying really hard with the RSI, though. Look how you're trying really hard with these RSIs to not fall again. You think so, Short Fridays? Hey, I'm down for it, dude. I'm down for it. I want a good signal here. I'm down. Like, I want GME to go down. And I know that's crazy to say, but for an option play, I want this to go down. I want this to go touch 26 and show those buyers step up. And then I'll be like, hell yeah, GME, I can put that option play back on board, baby. Yeah, I think there's a chance for Nvidia. It's rough as hell right now. You can't sit there and be like, this is like GME when people were looking at GME here and telling you that it was going to bounce. Bro, there's no reason for it unless a big buyer steps in. That's the only thing that you can pay attention to there. Like, technicals will be probably very hard to catch if Nvidia is going to end up going back up. It's going to be more like, oh, it hits a good level, a good support level, people like the price, and then a big buyer steps in. That's what it looks like to me. What the heck is DWTX? Dogwood. I mean, this is where you look for those 30-minute moves. It means it's got a chance to make a high here. A lot of selling pressure above you. If the 30-minute crosses down again, I'd be pretty worried that this 2 hour is going to suffer, and you might end up all the way back down to 350. And you can just see that from like almost like an ABC move. Let's take kind of in between there. If this stops at any time on that 30-minute, hey, we could be back down to $3. So risky one. 30 minutes crossed up though. 2 hours not crossed down. So that's just stuff to react to. 30-minute looks okay for now. That is something that you see before you try to test the highs. You're already getting tests of those highs. Or go make a new one. We'll see. Thanks for the great live content. Your insight is gold. Hey, that's awesome. Now let's go look at gold. Island reversal for gold. Gold giving the bunch of divergence, triple divergence. We were mentioning this for gold. 2 hour dropping down. Now, what should we be thinking for gold here? Has a divergence on the RSI, not on the MACD, and a lot of room to that center line. So who thinks that gold is going to absolutely collapse here versus who thinks that it's more probable for this to potentially hold up at one of these gaps and turn back up? Your MACD is telling you the second one, right? The MACD is telling you, yeah, give it some time. Give it some time. If the daily crosses down, you can be more worried about lower prices, maybe for a full retest, right? But even the daily is so positive that this could just go like that. So gold, you're in a rough period. Once that rough period stops and then turns around, awesome. It's like fall, winter. Winter's where it's choppy. Spring, summer, right? Everything moves in little patterns. Little patterns. Will copper follow? Copper, I need to look at the copper to gold. I might do that seriously soon. Copper, interesting enough, potential here to hold that divergence. That would be wild if copper saw the upward move here. It's like it doesn't want to give it up, right? We see it. We see the line in the sand. We see it. We try to do it. We try to do it. We try to do it, but we keep failing. So very interesting. The RSI, you're losing the second point, so that's important. Yeah, you didn't even keep it here. So copper not looking the best for me. Is this shit, I gotta look at something here real quick. Okay, this is technically, okay, this is showing. Okay, so I don't want to look at a 30-minute too much. So this would kind of tell us two things. Is there something going on here? You know, are we gonna do this and then fail? Or could we maybe turn up a bigger time frame, right? Look at the 4 hour. Now you're seeing it. Oh, god dang it. My bad. Now you're kind of seeing that point, but you violated the first one, so it's kind of like a risky one, but it could be a little multiple point thing. So we're just watching. Notice that the point on the MACD was held here. So it's holding with this point here, but it's not holding on the RSI. So that's kind of a problem. But if the 4 hour can confirm up, it might make an attempt to take this out. You take this out, you kind of use that as support, then you're probably in that uptrend again. But I don't know if you'd read too much into that right now. The daily's crossing down. You're retesting a great level, but the daily's crossing down, so I'd be hesitant to say, like, yeah, I want calls today, right, as the daily crosses down. Dr. Kappa, that's right. It's very good. I used to pay very close attention in 2021 going into 2022 for the copper to gold ratio. Because of the inflation and all that stuff. But now I need to take a second look at it. Sorry, I keep clicking into timeframes. I need to make sure to switch when I'm looking at other stuff. This is what I was worried about. Now you actually see that 5 minute confirm down and make the real divergence. This is why I don't like rejection divergence. Oh wait, let's do this. Let me not make the same mistake. I just talked about it. Energy fuels. Well, so for us, we want to be paying attention to the 30 minute first, rejection divergence, but you're looking like this, right? In this area, you were testing the 5, right? But you know that the weakness is there. So for this to actually, me to risk money behind it, I need to see a few reasons at least, right? Do I have one? Maybe. Very hesitant on this one right here. And why is my screen moving? I don't like that. Very hesitant here. Just very hesitant. Why? Well, I'm not confirming that through even the signal line on the RSI, which is like the quickest signal. I'm not doing that. I'm not confirming it on the MACD. And the only thing I have is potential for double top, and that's what's actually confirmed right now, so there's risk. Then you get bad news and it happens to go down. So overall, if we look at the 2 hour and we go, okay, that got overbought. We wanted that to back off to turn back up. Now it's going the other way. So I never got more than one reason maybe to take the play. One serious reason, right? Everyone's different. Write your 5 reasons and then start checking them off before I take a trade. Check them off, check them off, check them off real quick. Take the play, right? That's how I like to do things. So this here, double top could be there. It's confirmed. You treat it seriously. It actually confirmed on this bar. You treat it seriously. Then you go, okay, if that can turn up, I'm happy. But doesn't this look very flaggy? Is that really something that's going to convince me to go super bullish? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so this overall could just be a 2 hour pullback, right? Still could be just a 2 hour pullback, but you need a big buyer to step in. You're going to need a massive buyer to step in. And you could be making the right shoulder that could have been, right? We still have a lower point here. You're not violating this at this point. If you violate this, it's invalid, but yeah. It's just one that's kind of like, hey, the setup was there to maybe go higher, but it never confirmed. So I had no decision to be made. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'll be right back. I'm going to put you guys on the spy for just a quick moment. I'll be right back. I'm going to try to go a little bit longer. Yeah, see, Adrian's stepping in. He's going to buy enough to make that thing go to $1 million. $1 million a share, 100%. Just kidding. Sorry, folks. We are back. We're back. I went upstairs. I go upstairs, and I go up there, and there's like a tent that looks like a playhouse, and I just see my daughter in there. So that my wife must have bought a little playhouse for her, and it's like tent material, so it's kind of funny. She was so excited in there. Love to see it. Time to take the L on Nvidia? It really just, it depends a lot. It depends a lot on how you're trading it. I mean, if you're investing, you would go, well, that's a sign that the risk is real high if you bought at super low prices. You're at risk of turning over the monthly right now. Like, just to tell you how serious it can get. You can see snapbacks, right? But you really want to make sure that that snapback's happening. And if you're scared of this by any means, I think it's justifiable. It's very, very smart because there's weekly divergence at the high and you're seeing something awful. Seeing something bad. So 95.63 becomes more and more likely if you close this in a few days. But we'll see if big investors step in after they get some news, right? The market tops on good news. So we're probably going to get more news, more news, more news. Then we'll see. We had a tent with a ball pit. We might, maybe I'll put a ball pit. Going below the monthly. Well, it's going below the monthly, but you don't have a lot of time in monthly standards. If it's going below a monthly expected move, you don't have the time anymore. Now, it still could snap back by Friday, so you want to still think about it that way, but just know that your time is a little more limited. This is a point where it starts to look juicy for some people. We'll see if they step in, but I'm not gonna risk my money until someone richer than me wants to risk their money. That's the way I look at it. Like, I'm gonna wait for the guy with billions of dollars to risk a big chunk of money before I risk my thousands of dollars, you know what I mean? John, thank you much for oh my gosh, that was butchered. Sorry about that, John, but thank you for subscribing. John Moriarty. Wait, isn't that I feel like that name rings a bell. Did someone just say Richard? Nah, but someone said Dick though. That's what I say to my dad. My dad doesn't go by Richard, and he doesn't go by Dick. Yeah, I said richer, but I was like, trying to mess with you a little bit. We gotta take today with a little bit of, you gotta add some humor into your day. So we want to see if those buyers are gonna step in and shoot this thing higher. Well, we gotta see some kind of reversal signal here, my dude. That's why I'm trying to stay on as long as possible, not sit here and overtrade or anything like that. I just want to see those monthly. I wish I could see those monthly moves now. Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, that's it. Yo. Kind of like a forgotten about great movie, though, that Sherlock Holmes. And then it immediately made me think of Tropic Thunder because it's that guy. Fun stuff, guys. Oh yeah, let's look at yields and stuff while everyone's losing their mind. Dollar whipping back around. Dollar whipping around, 10-year, kind of, not really actually rejecting for the 10-year. The thing that was interesting was high yield growth still going up. That's crazy to me. Making another point of divergence. This is kind of worrisome if HYG follows the downturn like afterwards. I think that's scary. VIX itself looks like, hey, that 30 minutes curled down. I still am liking the 15-minute look though for what I'm maybe going to react to. I'll see. But ultimately, we got to see if we make some kind of base here, and the 5-minute might show us a hint of that. I would think a measured move here takes you a little bit lower. Probably say 592. Okay, so maybe we do go to 590, 592. Go back to fill the gap. What's UUP like? Let's look at like what's the trade actually look like? Oh, you're still holding the divergence point for there too on the actual UUP. That could just be a 2-hour trend move higher though, but you do have divergence across. Man, this is crazy. Potential for daily divergence on the RSI. But in a lot of crashes, the dollar starts going down, the crash is going down, the dollar is going down, and then you hit a point where the dollar goes up, but the stock market continues to go down. So we'll see. We'll see if we're crashing. If we're gonna crash again, I'm gonna look for a relief bounce. I think it's probably just too risky though. Yeah. Thank you for my little risky guy in my head. We're looking 590 on the SPY. Let's go. Yeah, it's not too probable. It's really not too probable for even this right now. But it's like you're outside of the weekly expected move, so you can see crazy stuff. So I don't want to discount it. It doesn't seem that probable to me unless we're actually like crashing. But I don't know about that. The way that we'd be crashing is like if they're not considering options as much and they're just like, yeah, everyone is invested. Because we have the most individual household investments of all time. My precious TNXP. I think SPY will close the gap at 585. I just think it really depends on what this is. I mean, if this is some kind of crash, then you would say, I mean, this gap being filled makes sense. But that would have to take out these lows. Like you'd probably bounce down to here, get a relief bounce like we talked about, and then it goes lower. Remember, the bad scenario was this is just going to be bad, right? It's just bad. You get a lackluster bounce, and then you move down lower. And then you keep making that series of lower highs. But right now we're in our zone. Like if I need to draw a zone so people just understand where we are right now, I can do that. But I just think the weekly expected move tells you what you need to know right now. Yeah, Embrew, I hear you. Trust me, I'm having that same battle in my head too. Like I think about these things too, and that's where your habits come in, right? My hands won't allow me to purchase a bullish option right now until I see more, which is something that built in me through habits. It doesn't mean I don't have the thought. It's just I have to build those habits, and that can really help me out. Yeah, we're gonna keep our eye on volatility. We have the U up. Very, very bad move for this. If this low's taken out, I'm not happy with it. But for volatility, we're really just like, hey, 30-minute divergence, 30-minute lower high, 15-minute divergence, 15-minute lower high. So this is what we'll be watching. I think 30 minutes the best. I'll keep it up here, but just volatility really dropped off, and the market saw the most lackluster bounce from that. I just think that's interesting. The weekly expected moves will always be in purple. So you can get those on your chart now if you would like, Brian. Those are just, we give them out for free every single Sunday. If you'd like to start watching our Sunday video, you can just pause. Usually I do try to mention them on Sunday. Okay, but the purple lines here, so 617.26 and then 598.68. Daily expected moves will always be in red for the SPY. Okay, you can maybe write this down if you're ever confused what the color coding is, but it's purple is weekly, red is daily, and the yellow is monthly. And we're going to update monthly expected moves this weekend. So it's a great time to come in and ask Brian, because this weekend's video we are going to feature on, I might do it in Saturday's video for the SPY and the Qs, but we're going to get new updated levels for this, which means that this week's close is pretty important. Like if we close here, for whatever reason, right, if we close here, right, the news is good, then technically these monthly moves, sorry, we're on a 5-minute. these monthly moves, I mean, look at that. I mean, if we have volatility going into the 1st of February, you can see a monthly move of like 633 and like all the way down into this zone. So it will be very helpful. If you end in these areas, you could see something like that or something like that. So it'll be good to see, are the moves shifting up or are they remaining similar? Yeah, it's good stuff. Oh, there you go. That might be another point of divergence. This might be the triple dip. Because now you have to be watching this. This is by the center line. This means like a 30-minute relief bounce can come soon. As we're still not confirming this, I want to see this in the next like 20 minutes or so, what happens, because I want to see if we're going to shoot down and be able to buy up, or if we're going to buy up right now and just keep the rejecting going. But yeah, it's kind of hard to see those because it's just a dramatic move on Monday. We did point out this, like this is a good thing to know if you're paying attention to these daily expected moves, guys. When they are small like this, after a squeeze, you always want to be open to something crazy happening. Because if everyone's on the call side, they just saw a great move, and then there is liquidity there, you can see something bad. So usually when the move is small, it means I'm either just going to keep going sideways or I'm going to see something crazy in one direction. So, and to point that out in this, it's just the risk to reward with the monthly expected move set down would be the most likely scenario. So, very cool. Yeah, just something to keep in your brain, just something to keep in mind. How to use the expected moves? Yes, pretty much all of my trading is really reliant on weekly expected moves. Like, to make them way more successful, it's very reliant on weekly expected moves. So we talk about them often. We also explain why they're important and how we utilize what we're looking for around those weekly expected moves in the course. So, yeah. 59.80 being defended a couple times. Let's actually, I might do that. I might look at the futures. I think futures will be important here. Okay, this is actually a lot different. Okay, so this looks a lot different. This is actually a pretty good amount of buying. It's not the best, I would say. But this can say, hey, I'm holding up well. I might be trying to curl up. Now, this is a 30-minute chart. We don't like those really for the futures, but I would be paying attention to the buying pressure that has come in. We've actually seen another dip down where the sellers tried to take over. Another buyer stepped in. We run into some resistance there. Now, this red line has nothing to do with what we're paying attention to just yet. I can kind of fix those, but you're going to just see them shift way up. So the important line is probably this one, so we can update this one for now. And these are given out on Patreon, but every once in a while if we're using this, and then you start to see it, right? Then it starts to make more sense. Let's get that off of our chart. Then it starts to make sense, right? This is my weekly move. This is the best support and resistance you're ever going to see. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to break through that. So if this is going to react to this and then it curls down, we could see that reject and make a new low. But if this is going to curl up to this area here and make like almost like a handle with where that move is, right? Almost like a handle. Well, then this actually could be a new, like it could be a potential to consolidate and then make that move higher. And that could take you into positive territory. It's just, I don't think there's enough here to really convince me, unless I was a futures trader, maybe like looking at a small time frame, looking for a small thing. That would be difficult because just this right here should scare you a little bit. So you like that it's holding up. You like where it's reacting to. You'd like it if it broke through this, but then you're probably still going to need to make a higher, like a significant higher low on the SPY, right? You're still, even if that all pushes through and everything's dandy, you're still probably going to have to do something like this. And then that's kind of where we point out, you know, these type of things, right? This is what we're talking about overall. Something like that almost. See how we're kind of building? You see a drop, then you see a pop, then it has to still reach down to actually head to the upside, and that's just this right here. We kind of build, we see something bad, maybe we see another drop, maybe we don't. But overall, it's going to see maybe a moment of big buyers stepping in where it curls down and gives you that opportunity to really get into a position. That's what I'm going to wait for. Unless we're just extremely low and the risk to reward is pretty good. All right, everyone, a lot of likes without me asking. You guys are awesome. Thank you for helping Lucas. Hey, I appreciate that, Oni, and thank you for reminding people to hit that like button. Hey, Mr. Win, thank you so much for being in here. I don't know if your name sounds like a certain cuss word, but that's awesome if it does. Chris, thank you so much for subscribing as well. Appreciate you guys being here. When you draw on the chart, how long does that move take? 1 week, 1 day, a week? Well, that's where it's kind of up in the air, and that's where it's important to pay attention to. That's why I look at multiple time frames. So when I'm saying all of this, when I'm talking about, oh, we need to react up, maybe to make that higher low, then go again, the main thing I'm looking for is how do we end on Friday way over here? So this could react up, and I'm kind of looking at Wednesday, because Wednesday is where we start to get info. So if we go up, then people sell that pop, and then we end up going down in any fashion. If we want to go lower, then it's going to take more time. But then Wednesday, if we get good news at the end of the day, you would say sometime around here, sometime around noon on Wednesday, I probably want to start to see basing out signals, meaning something like this would be nice. But if it's going to play out kind of like it did back there, well, then this leads to a dip down, then a dip up, then we see that. But either way, I'm kind of targeting when the next news cycle, if you will, is coming out, which I believe the thing that people will wait for here are, you know, there's a bunch of earnings, but the important earnings are what? Wednesday after hours, I think? Or Thursday after hours? I don't remember. But it's one of the two. So the first event, I think, is going to still be the FOMC. And so I'm paying attention to, if you wanted to, you could even do this and be like, here's where I'm really paying attention for structure. Okay, it's probably around, for me, I would say noon on Wednesday. And then I can look at my 30-minute, see if it's going like this, like this, like this, and then go, ooh, what's the news? Oh, people are reacting good, I'm in. Yeah, whenever I'm drawing on the chart, I'm never drawing. Okay, not never, but usually if I'm more serious about something, you'll see me do something like actually put lines up. Right? Do something like that. That would be good. But if we make a higher low, I'd be happy with it too, so. The main thing to understand is the market's always flipping. No one can ever just be like, oh, this is going to make this, this, and this. It might seem like I can because I was reading into this very well, saying, hey, this looks like it's going to make another 2-hour divergence. That's why I sold at the top. Okay, it's going to make a 2-hour divergence. It did. Then up here, I was like, there's risk here. It could make a higher low or go make a triple divergence, and then it makes a triple divergence. I don't know that those things are going to happen. I'm creating it in my brain. I'm imagining it happening, that it can happen. And then I just react based on which one happened, right? If we went like this, like we were in this area, I was still holding calls right here. And if this would have confirmed back up, I would have hung on to those calls. But then I got rid of those after the event fully. Then we see that dip down. And then we were ready to react to the other thing. And that's when we caught that trade. So it can play out in a million different ways. And your job is to kind of be a flip-flopper and make sure you're seeing things correctly and correctly enough, and look for those reasons to actually risk money. Is this an opportunity I would risk money behind? That's kind of a big question. The weekly expected moves do not move throughout the week. No, they are stagnant. GB. Just so you know, they don't move throughout the week. We're looking at the data from last week, seeing how people are positioned, seeing how Wall Street is, how it's shaping up in the options market. Then we're making those levels, right? So if something really bad happens in a week like this, it can continue to go down because there's a 32% chance of something crazy happening. If this is crazy enough, we're going to continue to go down. It's still just, we were aware of this the whole time, and we were looking for those probabilities and being like, well, the structure of the 2-hour just looks like I'm pulling back pretty aggressively. You got an aggressive move to the upside, so this is just kind of a snap down. Let's look at a 5-minute again. That was kind of fun. I was having fun with it. I'm literally trying to stay here as long as possible. See, now you're towards the center line on the 5 minutes, so day traders might take over. We'll see. Yeah, so Davide, this is like the better way to think about it in my mind. And my wife's going to be excited because someone named Davide is in my chat. Or David, maybe. But what you want to more look at is not how long this will take and this and that. We should already be opening up those options expirations, right? So you don't have to deal with that as much. The bigger thing to pay attention to is something going wrong? Like in a trade where you're risking money, is something going wrong? That's more of what I think is important, right? GB, I think you'll like it a lot. Now, we don't really discuss how they don't move, but you can, in the course, we'll discuss how we calculate it a little bit. And then I'll give you a way, GB. I actually give you a very simple way to make a pretty good range without having to do the calculation. I give you a way to do that in the course. So if I don't have a stock that I'm making ranges for on Patreon, you can do it for any stock. Might cut the runner here. I'm thinking about if I want to play some kind of little 30-minute bounce. I'm just worried about the end of the day here. Davida Providence. Oh, I smell what you're stepping in. Davida. Okay, sorry about that. I get excited. We watch, you know, we don't have a lot of drama besides our kid now, so we watch, you know, all the reality shows, so. Love Island, baby. Let's go. Yeah, it seems like a snapback for day traders might happen here. We'll see what happens. Uber looks like it might be setting up the short. Can you look at QQQ? Yeah, we can look over at that. If you guys need daily expected moves for this one too, 541.82, 517.44. This is why we seriously talked about the upside trap too, right? All of this bad stuff. The trap to the downside is more making me lean towards they want to go up. If we got the trap to the upside, I would say we're probably going to crash down. No Discord. We have Patreon. I'm a first-time dad. I still work on other stuff, and I do YouTube at the same time, still trading all the time. So I got a lot going on, so Patreon's all I can keep up with. And Discord is always people trying to get you to follow their trading. That's not what I'm trying to do, guys. Just if you're new here, I'm not... Is your focus mainly on swing trading? I wouldn't consider it swing trading. I would say position trading. Usually we're catching moves before a swing trade confirms. Yeah, we're more trying to teach people like how to make good decisions because I'm not able to give info at all times, and I don't like people following exactly what I'm doing, right? It's like all I have to do is go take a dump for 2 hours, and then we're out of contact for 2 hours, and a signal crosses, and then everyone's mad. And it's like, why would I even do that? Why don't we just teach you guys to have the skills to do it yourself so you can make money in any market? And that's the big deal there, Chris. I appreciate you asking, though, buddy. We do post setups and we give update videos. So, you know, there is potential that we could be making an update video today. I might wait and see how this plays out, and then we'll discuss it. But we do put out an update video every single week, which sometimes we show setups that we see as good setups or bad ones. We talk about the riskiness of certain setups and things like that. As of right now, the risk to reward for the week for calls looks decent, but we don't have structure to go with it. So that's going to be probably a topic for today. I think it could be, Greg. I still see that up move for the 2 hour. I want to see, like, but are the Qs going to really be able to take out this high? I don't know. Like, I'll be interested, but because if this stops short and then falls, that would mean, ooh, we just have a quick little trap there, but because it tops on good news, and if people read into the pausing or something as good news, then I'm a little bit worried about it, especially if we don't beat the all-time high for the Qs. I'm even more worried about it. And I think we want to beat that pretty strong to continue this into March. If we don't beat that, if we start falling from right now, we actually like confirm on some MACDs and stuff, that's a problem. Hey, that's fine, Pish. I wish you luck. I genuinely do. I don't want anyone in here to be, you know, I'm never going to hate on you for taking a trade. I just like to ask about the decision making. And if you have been, you know, looking at it for the morning and you want to make a decision, that's perfectly fine. It's your money. I just like to hear people's decision making. I think it's fun. But yeah, if you have a lot of reasons and you think it's good, I wish you nothing but luck. I genuinely do. Thoughts on Tesla earnings and its technicals coming up? Tesla earnings will be interesting. I think they've been doing a lot of good things. The thing about Tesla right now is we're just looking at some stuff here and going, this is, you know, the daily scale here keeps rejecting. It's still by that center line. This still could be a higher low. Like, this could just be a 2-hour pullback still. It's starting to go negative, so it's starting to get like, a little bit worrisome. I wish I would get a hint. We're kind of aware how this could hurt us, and that would be, oh, left head, maybe it goes and makes a right shoulder, and then it just goes fail, right? That would be bad. We don't want this to fail. You want this to probably come in with some strength. Now, you won't have earnings until Wednesday after hours, so that's going to take some time. So what would we like to see before that? Well, we'd like to at least see the weakness in the selling. Meaning what? Well, I really want this, and this is not a good line. I'm just going to delete that for now. We know it's there. You don't need, we don't need lines and stuff like that. You see it. You see it. All right. What you want to see here is probably this to be able to build up over time and not give weakness signals and then see a big move with earnings, right? See this, dip down, and then earnings makes it explode. That would be great. But you're just at so much risk that I don't know if I would want to assume that risk if that news is going to be bad, because that would be almost a perfect right shoulder if you get that type of reaction. So something bad. What I think you'd more so want to happen here is mess around in these areas and then see a good earnings. That's what I think you'd rather have. I think you would rather see like, oh, Tesla's going to go to the sky. Oh, Tesla rejected from the 5. Oh, everyone's giving up before earnings, and then you hope that's good. If you have to take an earnings play, guys, we just say, this is where we talk about risk management. Manage the position size, right? The position size is the best way to manage risk for an earnings play. Yeah, I just think it has a little bit of time. As far as the earnings goes, I'm a guy that says, I don't know shit. I'm a guy that's like, I genuinely, I think it's 50-50. I think they could report good earnings and see bad price action. I think they could report bad earnings and see good price action. So I really try to stick to technicals. Earnings throws a loop in that. That's why you don't see me trying to take big plays off these earnings stocks. Actually, the thought that I'm having is it's probably safer for me to play the SPY this week. And so I'm actually thinking about taking a volatility or SPY trade this week. Or look at things like, after the FOMC, things like oil and other stuff, UUP maybe. My gut keeps telling me to sit on my hands. Patient is a skill that I am still trying to master, and that's perfectly fine. But it's just me. I think this is good. Let me remind you guys again, because someone asked, right? How long do these plays take? Your patience will be rewarded, right? This, right? All of it, maybe all of this right here, right? Our first play, let's not even consider that. Now you know you're in a downtrend. Okay, we come down, and then you were patient for 7 days, maybe 8, 7 days. Then after that, in just 3 days, you get your 2% for some good profit, right? On an option, that's great. Then you see the weekly expected move up there like we did, and we said we sell that. Okay, we're not doing that. We're not trying to make $1 million. Then you have to be patient again for, say, up to, right? This was the actual signal. It was down here 7 days, right? Another 7 days. You're patient for a week. And then guess what? Eventually, though, you are seriously rewarded. Seriously rewarded. Then we target, and this time we had different signals here. That's why we were holding it longer, right? We actually held runners at a weekly expected move because the signals were way different here, right? We had all this spacing out. That's why we thought this would happen. We targeted next week's weekly expected move. We get there, and now you go, job done. And then you got to hold it. You got to hold on to stuff for like 9 days. That's great. Then you sell it. We got to 611.03 pretty much. It's great. Now you're going, what's the most probable? A 2-hour pullback in a bullish trend. Okay, awesome. Now we're just being patient again. And maybe this sets up a little bit quicker than you think. That would be nice, wouldn't it? That would be nice. AMD now, open source, more use, more inference, more compute. Let's go, AMD to the moon. Hey, I'm actually thinking the risk to reward for AMD ain't bad. I think they'd really have to I'm gonna be honest, I think they'd really have to screw over their earnings for this to be like a bad thing. It looks like it's going to be really bad, and then it just says anything good. Like, here's how you think about it too. Do you think it is harder or easier to beat earnings here than here? What do you think? Like this earnings here, okay, let's say this. Let's say this is number 1 and this is number 2. All right, which one do you think it's harder to beat earnings at? Now, I'm not saying this to make a decision. I'm not going to play earnings. That's not my game. I'm just trying to think critically here, right? Critical thinking is a great skill to practice. So the earnings, as Jamie Vo just pointed out, the earnings is much harder to beat here than it is here. People don't expect much of you here. They expect much of you here. So that's just a critical way to think about it. So maybe I can use that as like a common sense way, take a downsized position and say, yeah, maybe I'll take that. But I have to know that I'm playing earnings, and overall, that seems like a 50-50 flip with weakness signals, and I think that's cool. Mic'd Up Baseball, thank you for joining us today. Exactly, Greg. People are expecting them to do worse. The numbers that they're putting out are much worse. Let's just compare for a second. This one here. Standardized 0.41, reported 0.77, estimate 0.774. Wow, okay, 1.07. Estimate 7.5 billion. That's weird. The estimations are actually lower here for the revenue. That's kind of weird, actually. That kind of scares me. It's kind of like, oh no, Greg, that kind of scares me a little. This is a pretty good extension, though. Now you're getting tight. Big move, smaller move, smaller move. Maybe, just maybe. But all of that could just be a retest and then fail later. Man, stocks are going to be rough this week, aren't they? Stocks are going to hate all week long. That's why I'm probably just going to be taking like a month position on the SPY somewhere here with the new monthly expected moves. Turtle! I love turtles. I have Squirtle on my arm. You guys know that. Turtle, thanks so much for subscribing today. Nah, AMD to the moon. Well, I just see how it behaves around the retest, you know what I mean? Oh, I don't know about that, Pish. Oof, I don't know about that, but hopefully you know what you're doing if you're doing that kind of moves. What I'd say is, like, I hope AMD does well because, you know, one of my subscribers is in it. I think that'd be fantastic. But just because I hope something, that's not the best thing, right? I need to be seeing this prove over time, meaning once you get to that retest, hey, maybe it backs off for a second, but then you get a higher low and it curls back up and then it violates the retest and you just head to the upside. I think that'd be great. Apple, though, people buying in before the news, probably just because it's cheap, though, and NVIDIA did so bad. So now, you know, buyers have seriously stepped into Apple. I'm not doing this anymore, though. I'm not doing this. No, I was thinking about doing it before earnings, but now I think you're going to potentially taking this out. That's great. Now you got to see if you can make it up to these levels, and then you're probably going to see it dip down before earnings, and then you got to see if earnings can confirm some good stuff here. That would be great. And that would get Apple back in the monthly expected move. That's so crazy. What do I think of NVIDIA call expiring in 4 days for a quick bounce? I think you're praying. I think you're praying if you're taking calls on this. I understand if you're like scalping it in some way. It's just like you're just confirming. What's one of my rules? Let's put it this way. Let's just make it really simple. What's one of my rules? Who knows my rule that is showing right here? What do I never take when this happens? I don't care what the stock looks like. It's just a risk thing. Pish, you're brave. Yo, yeah, the facts, dude. Facts. But good luck, Pish. I do wish you luck, man. What do I never take on a daily curl down? Especially by the center line. What do I never, ever, ever do? Doesn't mean I can't be wrong, but this has saved me. Exactly. Willow's got it. Suri, I know you got it too, but calls. I have a daily signal telling me that this is going to go down. like keep going down. I understand. It's not even oversold. By the way, did you guys notice this on the daily? Look at that drop. Not even oversold yet. Imagine this actually gets oversold. Like, actually gets oversold. Like, you have to get to oversold ratings. That's how I like it, but it's not even oversold. You're crossing down right by the center line. For me to buy calls in this, I better see the most glorious and magical 2-hour and 30-minute divergence at the same time. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Down to your 80 call expiring this week. Good. I don't know. Maybe. No idea. No idea. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm not trying to be rude to you guys in any way. It's just I'm not someone who's going to sit here and be like, hey, the play that you want to risk your money behind, yeah, that's a good one, and then you make a decision. No, we're trying to teach you to make those decisions for yourself. Right now, this looks like a 2-hour pullback. Looks like you're setting up maybe even a little head and shoulders. Right? I don't even have to draw anything. I just see it, right? Yeah, we violate the neckline all the time. We violate the neckline all the time. I drew it anyway. There you go. I have no idea if this stock's going to go up by Friday. I have no idea if the SPY's going to go up by Friday. I have no idea if anything's going to go up by Friday. The stock market do what the stock market want to do. I just wait till I see a signal. So I wait until I see something that I'm willing to risk money behind. I am not willing to risk my money behind anything at this point. Calls for UVXY. I mean, if they're cheap, they're expensive now. That's why my play was worth 250, what, 254, I think, 257% when I sold it. The reason that they were worth that much is because not only did the UVXY go up, but if the UVXY was the only reason, like the UVXY going up is the only reason that the pricing of options came up, well, then it should be worth about $1 or something like that per contract with the one I took. But it was worth more than $1. It was worth $1.30 or $1.40 or something like that. So the premium took over a little bit there. Yeah, and I think Pidge, you have an argument. I'm just speaking at how a good way to actually make a decision is to watch it proven in front of me first. That's all I'm saying here. If you want to assume the risk before anything's proven, that's perfectly fine with me. Pish. Are you the signal boss? No, I just tell you when it's actually confirmed. Nothing's confirmed. Yeah, like I said, you do what you want to do. I don't care. It's fine. Like, I don't get it. I'm actually wishing you good luck. I hope it works out for you. I genuinely do. I don't think it's like the worst decision in the world. It's just, I personally am not willing to put money behind it, and it's my channel, so I have to say things in consideration to myself. When do you do updates? Usually around weekly expected moves when we get a tag. So we'll probably be putting out an update video. I might wait until Tuesday to do it, just so if we see any basing out signals. I'm saying that this one take is different. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. But actual info? Yeah, I think that's cool. I think that's great. Like I said, I feel like the way you've been talking about it, there is a reason you're making this decision. That's why I haven't really said to you too much about reasons. Because I'm sitting there going, it seems like you're pretty confident in it, so I assume you have reasons for it. And I think that's perfectly fine. I'm just like, hey, I'd be managing my risk, like, right? I wouldn't be throwing the kitchen sink at it. I know you said you're potentially doing that, and that's fine, but opening up a mortgage or something. All right, I was kind of waiting to see some positivity here. We've made pretty good tightness. Probably going to get a snapback at some point. How big would that snapback be, though? Probably retest of 5. 5 probably going to come down eventually. But I'm not confident to say just it's going to be a 30-minute cross up and everything's dandy, right? This just, I don't know. What do you guys think? This crossing up on the 30-minute and just going, it just through all of that news, just, I can't see it happening. My brain does not imagine it. Still modifying, I'll get back to you. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Pish. Keep us updated. We're down to stay updated. You think NVIDIA overreacted to the Deepseek news? I think it might have been an overreaction, yes. My first thought when I woke up this morning, and I was watching the futures last night, I already saw some of this happening. I saw the US 100 gap down and stuff yesterday. My initial thought was, this is going to be an overreaction. That was my first gut thought, right? My first thought was, this is going to be an overreaction. And we're probably going to see like something that comes out that causes people to get bullish again. But we got to see that proven, right? Those are all just thoughts. It does kind of look like an elevator down. Man, you're keeping it real. Technically, you would say the risk to reward for the week are good, but you'd say like, oh, but in the grand scheme of things, the risk to reward, say on the daily, might not be the best anymore. So we got to see things just like shape up here. You got to wait potentially till like Tuesday afternoon. We use MACD basic settings, RSI basic settings, and if you want these, you can screenshot. Just pause the video right now. This is everything that I pretty much use, except for that I wouldn't look up this one. This one I'm going to trash for now on this, because that one's not necessary. So you can see it. I'll put that in black there. This one's all the moving averages. I turn off the buy-sell indicator. I do not like those. I did have someone ask about that. Oops. Oops, about a little dippage. My bad. Maybe a stop loss, I'd probably be tight. The thing is, you can't really be tight with NVIDIA. Because like, it's at the low. So you'd more so want to be like, okay, if I'm taking it here, I would literally keep my stop loss there. And then if I see that reaction up, I'd keep that stop loss. And then if anytime I see this react like this, new stop loss. Any reaction like this, new one, I would move it up. That's like, that's more day trade like for me though. Like, right, that's like little stuff. But yeah, you just gotta see how it works. I mean, come on! Wish I could buy calls and FOMO as the market will be fun. The market will be really cool this week. Like, you're right to point that out. I think this will be a lot of interesting stuff going on. You're seeing this good reaction here. What does the 15 look like now? Did that cross? Yeah, see all of this. I'm gonna be patient. I think patience is my friend. Right? I don't see a 30-minute divergence down here. I don't see a 30-minute high or low here, so I can be patient. Sorry, let me get that weekly move up there. It's just hard. It feels like we're like crashing or something. I don't know. Yeah, so the 2 hour went extremely into a positive trend with the squeeze that we were catching. All the little divergences down here led to the squeeze. And then we were saying up here, 2 hour pullback most likely. So the pullback is really shown to you by the MACD being positive still, and us not losing something key, which I believe to be 590. I think 590 is a key level. But ultimately, most people would say like a higher low can come anywhere in here. Anywhere in here if you make a higher low. So you would say like, oh, okay, make a higher low anywhere in this. That's what most people, I think, would say. Most people are just paying attention to, did we cut out this low, right, to confirm more downside. So yeah, mainly 2 hour pullback is just shown to you by your MACD very, very well. And you're reacting to fill some gaps. We kind of thought that would happen, so we'll just see if we can reach all the way down to this one, right? It's still above 590. I just really like that level of 5. Actually, let me look at options real quick. Let's scan through at least some max pain. That way we might have a good head of where people are at. SPY. Let's see what's on the tape here today. A lot of calls today at 620. They were wrong. A lot of calls at 614. They were wrong. Put wall started at 603 and 600. They were very right. And the ultimate put wall is for the day 556, but that's not a thing. The 31st, we want to look for the end of the week. 590. 590 is the level. Look at that. Oh, magical. We looked at it last week, so we kind of cheated, but we want to make sure that it's still the level to be paying attention to. So people are still pretty damn bearish, actually. And then if we look over at fear and greed, so 590, huge amount of put wall there. Huge put wall there for Friday expiration. So that's what I'd be watching, 590. You can mark it off on your chart if you'd like. And we have a gap there, so maybe we get there eventually. As far as fear and greed goes, 1 week ago, previous close, we were neutral. So we did not get to the greed. So we're still in fear, which is kind of a great spot to be if this is a pullback. That's a great spot to be, just kind of in fear, not getting into extreme fear. So you don't see people doing crazy stuff down, right? But fear, that's good. So now we just have to sit and be patient, wait for things to shape up. Looks like to me, we could see that 30-minute reaction pretty much any time. We'll see. But I am not a day trader because this is risky to be trying to take anything, I think. Unless you have extended options, like seriously extended. I can't read the name, but thank you so much for subscribing. TBH. To be honest, thank you for subscribing. Love me some bear market. Oh, I can share it, yeah. If you guys want to see the Max Payne stuff, yeah. I was just like pointing out the important level. I think I'll show you the most important thing, which is SPY for the close on Friday. Today's, I wouldn't take that too much into consideration anymore, but the SPY, you can see here. If you actually look over here, I don't know if you can see it, but it says 4.3 to the put side. Look at all the bearishness, okay? And look where the level is, 590. Huge open interest at 590. So that would be our main level to be watching. Pretty serious. If you start to lose that, it's just very hard for me to see the market makers and Wall Street wanting to pay out those 590 puts this week. You know, we can maybe do it next week or 2 weeks from now, but this week I'm just very hesitant to say that. It's because of the crazy market, Knives. Yeah. I wanted to make sure just to be here in case some people were freaking out a little bit. This means you could test there, Jamie. It more means look for reactions around there. Yeah. And I think that's mainly, Pish, maybe what you're getting at for your trade a little bit, right? You're like, everyone's freaking out, so let me buy. You're kind of doing this. You're like, let me buy your fear. Let me buy that fear. You know what I mean? Is that kind of what you're getting at? Yeah. So you're buying the fear while the fear's there. Like I said, it's probably not the worst thing in the world, but you just want to make sure it all stays right. I would just more so, for me, I just like to see that actual deadness and momentum on a little bit higher time frames. We can tell the sellers are tired on the 5-minute time frame, right? This is what this is kind of saying, but it doesn't mean that tiredness doesn't mean another wave of selling can't come in. But it's showing you some weakness, saying, yeah, we could get some counter trend move on the 5-minute. Which would just be, hey, can the 30-minute pop? And then I want to see that. I want to see this, and I'll make a decision. But if you're confident with it, you've done it for a long time. Hey, I believe in you. I think you're going to do great either way. As long as you're managing risk, you guys know. As long as you're managing risk, I'm literally have nothing bad to say about your trade. My mom is Davida. She said she was going to check it out. Yeah, she was here. I don't know if... I butchered the name like 20 different times, so tell her I apologize. Give me that fear. Hey, I appreciate you being here, Knives. Appreciate you being here. The 15-minute is trying to confirm some kind of bounce. But just look how deep this 15-minute is. I honestly think the 15-minute might be your friend here. If we see a nice trend move for 15 minutes, we get all the way up here, and then you see that dip again, you see something clean. I might be making a decision, but downsizing position again. Yeah. Tomorrow, Bloomberg's headline, Deepseek actually good for NVIDIA? Well, that's the thing. If it's open source, my mind, I don't know if I'm just thinking about this incorrectly, but I'm like, if it's open source, that means if they have access to the data, they could technically use Deepseek to make ChatGPT better. It just would take some time to implement. She likes your desire to see. Hey, that's great, Jamie. Tell her I say hi and bless her for coming in. Thank you so much for being here, you know? That's awesome. I think that's fun. Call wall of JP Morgan at 6150 is in the back of my mind. And JP Morgan is at that risk, right? It's kind of at that point. This looks like ABC too. Maybe we do see a little pop here. JP Morgan, if you're looking at that level, would you say it was 6150? Sorry, I just caught this, but so if that, wait, 6150, am I not looking at the right thing? Oh, the SPX 6150, that's right. I don't know. I would expect turbulence there, though. We talked about that a little bit. I would expect turbulence there if we're able to do it. The thing is, if you don't get any turbulence, like you do this and then you gap above it, that would be kind of insane. So we'll see once it does, if it makes the base here. If it makes a base here, we're happier. Treasure plays, but 321 calls on NVIDIA. Seem pretty smart running into earnings. I'm starting. Yeah, and I think that's the thing. Like, once again, as long as you're able to manage your position in some way, you're not going to hear anything bad, right, IAX? You're not going to hear anything bad from me. You're really not. As long as your next comment to me should be like, I am going to manage the trade very, very closely. If you do that, man, I got no hate, nothing bad to say to you. Genuine. That could be right, keeping it real. You could be right. I just think we maybe extend into March. I think we could, and then we'll start to get those falling knife type situations. But it's just NVIDIA's scary. That almost looks like a falling knife. And you have the distribution too. The only thing that's really, really scary for NVIDIA is this. That's really scary. But like I said, scary. And then Pish is going to sit there and buy my fear, you know? Silver. Oh, silver. You should be looking at silver. I think silver's super interesting right now. I think silver's super interesting. When you look at the daily time frame and you see that trying to go positive, I wouldn't mind another dip down. I really wouldn't. Great basing out. 2-hour double bottom. Don't gotta look at it. But here is what I would really like, is this to really actually dip down again. I would like that. But if this wants to hold up, okay, I need to be looking at something a little closer. So this is by the center line. If that crosses, test the logo, make a new one, I think a divergence will pop up there. I genuinely do if that happens. So I am looking at it. The other thing would be the 2-hour. If this is some kind of fake out, which it kind of looks like one, and we're still holding like this, okay, awesome. We're back into it, right? We failed a little bit. So if this can cross up, you got a good chance to see an extension here. And then I'd be looking for, probably, if it's small, I'd probably look at 2861. If it's bigger, I'd look for that reaction to 2930. Right? That's where you just pay attention to the trade, manage the trade if I have to. I'd be a call buyer here. As far as the weekly expected moves goes, I think I would say this is a bad time to open short positions, relatively bad time. We have a 4.0 put to call ratio going into the end of the week. Puts are more expensive today because volatility's higher. People already went to the put side, but notice they're not extremely there. I don't know if that's like kind of interesting to me. The dollar is about to increase, so there's an argument up, there's an argument down. My thinking would just say I don't think puts or calls are good right now. But that's because when I say puts or calls are better, that means I'd probably be willing to risk my money behind a put or a call. I'm not willing to risk my money either way. If I'm looking at this with no technical analysis at all I have are weekly expected moves and a very basic understanding of these moving averages, a very basic understanding of, say, like indicators, then I would say for the weekly expected move alone, if I trust that, then calls would be a potential opportunity for stocks to go up. It's just the risk is really, really high. The best way to do it is just be managing positions in times like this. We've gotten great moves, right? We've gotten big moves every time, so you're still making good money off of small positions. Don't push any buttons. Yeah, it's like in those video games, right? The first-person shooters, right? Disable the crouch button, right? You Valorant players out there. Super excited for the epic bear market. Dude, I'm pumped. Like, if you guys are having fun in this channel now, I didn't have a channel during the bear market, but we would have had a blast. There were opportunities left and right and front and center and left and... Oh my gosh. It was so much fun. My wife thought I was a kid in a candy store. I'd come upstairs and be like, oh my gosh, this is great too. 2 days later, oh my gosh, another one. Yeah, it'll be fun. February option. Exactly. Yeah, Greg. And we kind of said that a little bit earlier, right? Someone asking like, what would you do here? And I'm like, well, I really want to see what the monthly expected moves are next month. And then I'll really be happy with setting a target. Here's the thing. So if this daily, let's just take this into consideration since we're having some fun here. We're waiting for things to base out and probably looking for the end of the day. Hey, we might end up with a 24-hour stream. So leave a like here if you like that. We're doing, well, 24-hour, I guess, a full market stream. If this is still curled up and we see price above here, say even by the end of the week, maybe on Friday, like maybe we're up in these levels or even crossing through that. If we're doing that and we get a new updated monthly expected move and say that's up towards 630, do you think that we'll hit maybe the downside move first or the upside move first? I think you're going to probably hit the upside move first. So this'll really help us out seeing how the end of the week is and seeing those new monthly expected moves. And we'll put out a video talking about it. Right, on Patreon, we usually give the monthly update video. Short Fridays, thank you so much for the $4.99. Thanks for the, sorry, Short Fridays. It's just me. No credit to you, Short Fridays. I was just used to reading his name so much today. My bad. It's just me. Thank you so much for the $4.99. Thanks for the extended live content today. I needed the reminder to stay patient on a day like today. Get yourself a cup of coffee on me. Hey, I appreciate that a ton. Coffee kind of might get expensive. All this stuff we're messing around with Colombia. But don't worry. I won't raise that price. I won't raise that $7 a month. Yeah. We actually might put out an annual subscription to save you even a little bit more, so we'll see. He has to stay on all day. He has to stay on until midnight. No. It's just me. Thank you so much for that. Me and my family really appreciate it because, you know, I say that when someone donates and says it's for coffee money because my wife's obsessed with coffee. Obsessed. Obsessed. Yeah, when we take everything into consideration, we just need time here, and so patience is your best friend. Freaking eggs are expensive. But we have a new president. God, eggs are supposed to be less expensive. Bro, my daughter eats so many eggs, though. It's ridiculous. So, we feel that pain. Yeah, someone needs to start donating for eggs, actually. My daughter rips through eggs like crazy. That girl, she just wants eggs all the time. I do. Come on, Trump. Oh, man. It's so funny to me, like, people complaining about things are expensive and they think like, oh, we're just going to sign an executive order or something that makes eggs less. It's like, no, there's way too much going on with eggs for you to fix that overnight, but... Oh wait, we need to be watching volatility. Exactly, yeah, see. Mahmoud gets it. Your son refuses to eat eggs? Man, we got lucky though. We actually took my daughter out for pho yesterday. Like, she eats pho. Where I'm currently at, I think they're for 18. I'd have to ask my wife for the correct number. I'll get you the correct number. Maybe ask me again tomorrow. I'm pretty sure for 12 right now. We used to get 12 for like 260. And I think 12 right now are 460. I want to say 460. I'll check again though. She's the one that would know. They used it like Kansas. We got, you know, farms everywhere, but not, you know, we're in a city, but a lot of farmers around. People sometimes, like, you'll go to individual homes in our city and like one in 200, 1 in 300 people have a chicken. Oh yeah. Pho is huge in Kansas. Kansas is the best, like my city is like one of the melting pots. Pizza Hut started here. Jimmy John's started here. Freddy's started here. Yeah, we have a very versatile food, I guess, like, community in some way. We have Hawaiian food. We have Vietnamese food is big here, so there's a lot of pho spots. We have a huge Vietnamese community. Some of my best friends growing up are Vietnamese. They're fantastic. I love pho. We have all kinds of stuff. I'd say one thing we're missing is like really, really good Italian like pizza. But we have like one pizza place that's really freaking good. Like my wife claims it's good, and she's from Jersey and New York and stuff. So yeah, she's kind of a snob when it comes to pizza. And we went to this place and she was like, damn, this is it. And I go, well, this is the one pizza place you like, and the average pizza is $35. Oh yeah, Q35. Q35 is dope. Q35 is really good. Yeah, exactly, GTFO, it's great. Like, Kansas is a great place because a lot of things come together. I would say if you're in Kansas City, you should look for the barbecue competitions. You will get some of the best food you've ever had in your life if you go to the barbecue competitions. 3 hour on AMC turn down. Let's check on our memers real quick. Oh, 2 hour crossing down. Okay. This is where we can freak out. We can all be like, oh no, we need to sell everything. Or we could maybe see a divergence at the same time. I mean, look at GME. I like this. I like this. Great channel, man. Yeah, we talk about random stuff sometimes, especially when the stream goes longer, but I appreciate you being here. Traditional folklore translation. Yeah, if you don't know, pho is one of my favorite foods, so I'm very excited that my daughter loves pho. We just bring her little bowl and give her a little bit. She just plays with the noodles, eats all the noodles. She really liked the meatballs, and she ate the tendon too. I was like, dang, girl, okay. Because my wife thinks tendon's gross. I love the tendon. And tripe and all that stuff. Good stuff. DJ Tizzle. Boo. The second divergence, man. Or, I mean, sorry, not the second divergence. The second attempt at a lower high. And you get it this time. That's not good. Oof. Oof. If these dailies cross, I think this is why it has to be pretty fast. Like, I think by the end of tomorrow, we got to see some bullishness come in, or else this is going to be kind of troublesome going into data. What am I waiting for SPY? I'm waiting for it to prove a higher low or a divergence, maybe even on the 30-minute. Like, now that we're at the weekly, my plan becomes very simple based on the weekly. And you can see me fighting the urge to, like, buy calls. And that's because we don't know if this is done. This is not a strong base, right? This is a strong enough base to maybe see a 30-minute move. But I'd like to see a strong enough base like this to see a bigger move, right? I'm a position guy. I'm not someone who's trying to take 0 DTE. So I want to take a position because I want to catch this extended move if the 2 hour is going to extend, right? So I want to be able to take a position that's relatively risk averse, right? Good reward, good risk. And then we just go like this for a long time and we go up towards 620, and that's an area that I'm looking at right now. So I gotta wait for some kind of base to form. That's pretty much the basis of what I'm waiting for. Bases form, strong bases form with higher lows or with divergence. So I'm looking for one of those two. Yeah, SPX, if you look at the SPX 500, it's looking pretty flaggy like this. So that could be an extended move, but we don't like the 30-minute too much for that. The 2 hour, this could be all that happens, right? We could just Could just curl up and then bink, bink, right? That's all we're looking for. We're just doing that on the SPY on the 30-minute. But yeah, it looks like it's flagging out a little bit in the futures there. Which means this is potentially, like what that means is the futures aren't including it, but that means this is potentially a flag. And this is going to go bloop, and then we'll see what happens. I still want to make sure, because if they do this, and this just randomly starts going up like that before earnings and before news, I'm going to be really worried. Be really freaking worried. Have faith. Or not. Well, you're right to say have faith. Faith is more important to have than religion. What the? Lenoir? My brother, my little brother's trying to, oh. That's where my my brother's at if you guys ever want to try someplace. You can go look it up. This is it. If you're around, I think he's in, yeah, Austin. That's where he's at. So, you guys want to go say hey to him. Don't annoy him with a bunch of stock stuff. He doesn't pay attention to stocks. I just told him, hey man, just save money for a long time and I'll catch you some lows. I'll catch you some lows on the investment side of things and at the end of all this mess. He was, if you guys remember, I don't know if you guys remember, I think I had like 6,000 subs back in the day, but he was my little brother indicator, if you guys remember that. You guys remember the little brother indicator? So my little brother tends to message me. You would think my brother maybe listens sometimes, but nah. My brother tends to message me here and say if he should buy stuff. He messaged me like here instead if he should buy stuff. So we used to talk about the little brother indicator. Whenever you message me, whenever I say the little brother indicator is flashing, it means like sell everything, you know? Thoughts on Baidu? Baidu. Great move. I don't think entry right now is the best thing. Entry was down here. Do you see how we went to the 5? And then you saw that kind of gap up and we never even went back. I think these confirmations were pretty good too. It was kind of not necessarily above the 5, but that's a good confirmation right there. And then it's like, okay, stop here maybe in case we do something bad, but hey, gap up. Hey, that's great. So this was the last opportunity. So I think you're looking for that again, right? You're looking for another moment like that, and you might have to be patient for it for a while. You could catch resistance anywhere in this, but I think you're just looking for that nice flow down, maybe retest the 5 again coming up. Then you see that. That's to keep it really simple. I'm guessing the 2 hour is pretty up there too, so you might even have to wait for the 2 hour pullback, right? You could see a little 30-minute pullback that goes back up and then see a big 2 hour one. So looks good though. I mean, you can't complain about it, right? You can't complain about this. Daily divergence, almost there on the RSI, very close. It's on the MACD, not there on the RSI. What the heck is going on? Oh, they're. I thought she was screaming in a bad way. She was. Made by Michelle, what's up? Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you being here. Run for the hills or go all in. I guess technically right now I'm running for the hills and then looking for my opportunity if I want to go all in. I say that and then I'm like, yeah, but earnings are here. I ain't going all in. This is like the opposite week that I would go all in. More of the time where I have thoughts of going all in or when all this earnings crap is done. Scalp down now? Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, you gotta wait for the opportunity there. Xavier, thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate you being here, buddy. Made by Michelle. What do you make? Why do I want to click on that YouTube channel? I want to see what you make. I might pull futures up on my other charts here. And then I'll probably have to go soon. I might have to go before power hour, which is kind of sad. I'm using a lot of time today. I hope this still behaves like a bear market. Because if it still behaves like a bear market, then this was a bear market rally, and that means that this is likely to do that. If it's still behaving that way, that would be awesome. Volatility looks like it's going to drop off here, maybe to fill the gap, so we might see some kind of reaction. Watch for those trees that are falling. Yeah, watch for the absolute burning going on here. What did Bitcoin do? 3%. That is, whew, not bad. Not a bad push down here. Yeah, I don't want to make it fit. You know, I never want to force it. I'll keep that downtrend line there. Never want to force it. That's why I don't like the, like, I don't know, with me, maybe I'm nitpicking, but technical analysts that just like move their, like this line, they're like, there's a channel here, and then they sit there and they go like, oh yeah, it's here, and then the stock moves lower, and they're like, yeah, that's because it's actually here, and this, no, it's actually here, and it's gonna hold up here. I'm like, no, man, just like leave it with your thinking. There's not enough to do here. But hey, everyone does it differently, right? All right, so this is where a nice little snapback can come at the end of today. I'm gonna be really cautious. Like, I think that this could do this and then just gap down again or something. I'm not convinced. Do you trade Bitcoin? I used to. It's just the thing with Bitcoin and why I stopped trading it was once I started to fully understand weekly expected moves, I stopped trading Bitcoin because I can't really make weekly expected moves. I tried to make weekly expected moves using BITI and things like that, but it just never really worked out. So I just realized it's just not going to work out, and I really like the expected moves. It gave me a lot of information without even being a lot, right? It's just a simple calculation. But now you're going to see today, where did we gap to? We gapped directly towards it, so yeah, I'll potentially be investing in Bitcoin later on. I'm kind of waiting for that crypto winter. GT and IWM options volume is weighted pretty heavily towards calls. Do you think there's any chance of a full reversal of this overall bloodbath? Full reversal would be sketchy. If full reversal, by full reversal, are you meaning like we get back up and make a new high? Because if you do this, I want you to really understand like why this is such a bad thing. This is a bad thing because if you experience any kind of selling, you would be outside of the monthly expected move again, making a potential reversal signal on the 2-hour. So when you blow this up to a 2-hour and you go, oh, if that crossed up, that'd be great, right? Well, yeah, if it could sustain itself, but if that 2-hour would cross back down, by Friday, you could be back in this zone because this is your 68% zone. This would be 32 to be crazy. That's why a complete reversal from here, I don't really like. So if I want this to maybe move how I think it's more likely to, then I don't want to see that. That would more so mean I'm looking for signals from volatility maybe to turn up again. So yeah, I think this is where if we see full reversal, it's going to be kind of interesting. But I would think with this much of a move to be only this and then be able to go like that, I don't think people are bearish enough for that to happen. I think they want people to get real bearish. And how do you get people real bearish? Well, get them bullish again, like, yay, we're bullish again, and then shoot them down again and be like, all right, this market's going down. And then once they have that sentiment, news comes out, you start to go this way. So that's what I'm waiting for. I got to see if all that's proven. Like, that's about it. I mean, we just had a lot of calls for like 3 days last week. Chinese hedge fund developed Deepseek. How much money could a hedge fund make if they could tank one stock sector 15% in a day? Let that sink in. Dude. Insane. Insane. Like I said, this could be a, like, if you're really reading into, say, like GME and AMC and stuff like that, these short sold stocks and things, like if you're reading into it in any way, you'd be like, wow, okay, so the yen carry trade, the possible big profit taking in the dark pools. It's like, well, if these stocks suffer too much, maybe I need to pay attention to a reversal signal from GME. That's all I'm saying. Oh, that's the thing, Jamie. That can happen. This is kind of, it's not unusual to see this, by the way. Like, what's the shoot, what is it? Seasonality. Because seasonality does show a lot of the time a little dip towards the end of January. My brain's starting to get tired here. July, January. If you look at January, you actually see almost like a dip into January 31st, and then right after January 31st, you see some upside. That's just a brief look. I'd have to analyze it a little bit more to really go deeper into it. Lane, thank you so much for joining the Patreon. Get those weekly expected moves up, okay? We might be putting out a video tomorrow. I think tomorrow would be the good day. See what happens today, see what happens in the last hour, see what happens in the morning, and then we'll give out that video. Tesla 394. Ugh, damn. Tesla, you're a rough one now, dude. It's a heavy rejection. Heavy rejection for that. All right, I gotta call it. How do you donate? You can hit the donation button there, or there's a link to PayPal in the description. If you want to save it for tomorrow, that's perfectly fine, because I got to take off, guys. Unfortunately, I got to take off. I wish I could stay another full 2 hours, but I do have to go help out. I feel bad. So thank you guys so much for joining today. Really appreciate it. I think we had a lot of things, and the main reason that I was live for so long was just like, I want us to calm down. I want us to really think of the plan. What's the plan, right? If your plan had anything to do with a 2-hour pullback, then you're just like, all right, now I got to see if this thing proves itself as some kind of 2-hour pullback, and that's about it. So thank you guys so much for joining today. I think we had some great questions and things like that. The last thing I will say, I know that course is going off the sale this week, so get it while it lasts. It's only $100. It's going to go up in price pretty dramatically, so I just want to mention that. But I think you guys have been sticking around, paying attention, and I think that's awesome. So I don't think we, like, personally, our chat did not seem as scary, as scared as other chats, and that's something that I actually like. I think we're having a level head about this for the most part. I know that some of us are going to get I mean, it's going to cause us all to, but I was looking at some other chats right before I went live, and people were losing their minds. So I'm glad that you guys were into listening to me for this overall drop. I'm glad that we were talking about why over the weekend this was not the best area to take long positions, at least a starter, and now we just have to take it from here. So I do appreciate you guys being here. They were, yeah. We were kind of doing the opposite. So we were aware of the crash that could take place, though. It's not that those guys were wrong. It's just we were looking at signals a little bit closer, and that seemed more probable, and then we were proven right, and I think that's fine. So now we got to see what's proven here. Are we still going to crash from these levels? I think there's still risk of that, and that's why we got to see if some kind of base is forming. So thank you guys so much. Have a great, great day today. Make sure to be aware of your position sizing. Make sure you're thinking of managing risk, and even maybe write some stuff down, because we do have a lot of events going forward. We have earnings, we have FOMC, we got a lot of stuff going on. So thank you guys. Have a great day. Peace out. We outie 5,000. Yeah, a little long stream today. I'm sure you guys like that. All right, guys. Peace out. Talk to you guys later. Wait, I get off and we start to see green? What the no.